This is Heartland Cheer, a Heartland Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 2. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. "Do you see, Mom?" Arian asked, straining to look through the group of people who had congregated at the edge of the Niagara River, eager to see the fascinating and beautiful light display that was put on every night as the water in the river rushed over the falls, creating one of the most stunning displays of power and of God's amazing handiwork on the continent. It might be the beginning of December, but it was unseasonably warm, and Braxton Emmerson wore a t-shirt and jeans. It had been all over the local news about the unseasonably warm fall this area had had. Being from Iowa, Braxton hadn't had a clue what the local weather was doing until he'd arrived earlier this afternoon. He and Arian had checked into their rented house. Then Arian could barely contain herself, wanting to see the falls for the first time in her life. The first time she could remember. "She might not be here," he said. "We're not supposed to meet until 9 o'clock, and that's at the lobby of the hotel where she's staying." "She's going to come to our house?" Arian asked, even though she'd already asked that question, and he'd answered the same way he was going to answer now. "I don't know." When she was younger, Arian hadn't been a big talker, but over the last year or so, there'd been a lot of changes happening, both in her body and her personality. As a single dad, he hadn't felt prepared to deal with any of those changes. Maybe that was part of the reason he'd gone out of his way to meet his wife. She wasn't his ex. He'd never wanted a divorce, and she'd never asked for one. No one had known about their marriage anyway. Tempted to finger the chain around his neck on which his wedding band hung, he didn't. It was tucked under his t-shirt, and maybe he was a sentimental fool, but he never took it off. "The hydroelectric power plant located just upstream was at one time the largest hydroelectric power plant in the world." The tour guide's voice of the tour group standing slightly in front of him droned on. Braxton wasn't really paying attention, although he did find the falls fascinating. This wasn't his first time here, and some of the happiest and saddest moments of his life had been spent here. He hadn't thought he'd ever come back. "At this time of year, the Niagara River is already at its lowest seasonal level, and about 75% of the river is diverted at night to feed the turbines of the power plant." After the guide said this, there was murmuring in the group, as people were astonished that so much of the river was diverted. It didn't really take away from the beauty of the falls, nor the power that a person felt as the ground vibrated from the surge beating as the water landed far below. "How deep is the river now?" one lady asked. Braxton found himself looking over the railing, wondering that himself. "It's approximately 2 feet deep," the guide said with confidence. "In some places it's less, and others more. But don't let the shallowness fool you. The current is still strong and swift, and moving quite quickly." He went on to talk about the speed of the water and the force of the current, and Braxton quit listening, thinking about his daughter and wondering if this was the best thing for her. He was only spending 2 weeks here, and he'd be back in Iowa for Christmas. Krista, his wife, had asked for Christmas with her daughter, and he'd compromised by saying that he would come the whole way to Niagara Falls, which made her trip from Toronto short and easy, and she would be able to spend almost all of her break with her daughter. In return, Christmas would be as it always was for them, at the big old farmhouse in Iowa, with his brothers and grandmother. Maybe it was selfish of him to want that tradition to be unbroken, but he'd spent 5 years away from home, and he'd sworn when he went back that he'd never leave it again. The group moved a little farther away, and the sound of the pounding water drowned out any more of their conversation. He and Arian needed to make their way up as well, since the hotel they were meeting Krista at was farther upriver. He started to walk, and his daughter fell into step beside him. They went slowly, both of them fascinated by the water and the power it represented. It was hard to imagine a more beautiful night to be out, although the warmth of the evening probably made it more crowded than it might normally be. Nervous anticipation curled in his stomach, and he could feel adrenaline pushing through his veins, making him want to run. Whether it would be toward his wife or away from her, he wasn't sure. Equal parts of both, probably. Arian and he had strolled for probably 10 minutes, stopping every once in a while when they came to a spot where the railing was clear to step closer and stare at the silent but swiftly moving river. They were stopped at a random spot when a woman ahead of them caught his eye. It wasn't the woman exactly, at first anyway, but it was more the dog she carried. It looked familiar, and a memory he hadn't thought of in a decade slammed into him so hard he put a hand on the railing. "Dad?" Arian said, concern darkening her deep brown eyes. He shook his head. "I'm fine," he said, summoning up just a bit of a smile. As the oldest of 4 brothers, he wasn't used to showing weakness. Plus, the one time he allowed his defenses to come down and gave his heart to someone, she'd broken it, quite brutally, and thrown it back at him. No, weakness wasn't something he was good at. The people around them shifted, and he saw the dog again. The woman holding it was slender and tall, both of which were emphasized by the long, tailored pants she wore and the stylish and snug-fitting sweater. The dog seemed restless, squirming in her arms as the woman stood at the rail, turned just enough upriver that he couldn't see the outline of her features but could watch the wind lifting her hair and blowing it back away from her face. The dog wriggled again, seeming to squirm almost to get out of her arms, and she shifted, as though she were preoccupied. He supposed it could be Krista, and the thought made him stop a good 100 feet back. Surely not. Back when he knew her, she'd never been early for anything in her life, and it was at least an hour until they were to meet. The dog. It reminded him so much of Cricket, the dog he'd bought her as a wedding gift. Maybe it seemed like a strange gift, but they'd been driving in the Finger Lakes and had stopped at an Amish fruit market to buy some apples. There had been several Amish children running around the yard playing with puppies, adorable and sweet, innocent and cute. Those puppies happened to be for sale. Krista had been charmed, and he'd been completely and totally under her spell. He would have said yes to anything, but she hadn't had to ask. They'd just looked at each other and known, and they'd spent the rest of their honeymoon with the puppy. Because of Krista's upbringing, bouncing from one foster care home to another, she'd fallen deeply and irrevocably in love with the dog. Even the birth of their daughter a year later hadn't dethroned Cricket from her place in Krista's heart. It had been one of the things he'd loved about her, her capacity to love, deeply and without restraint, freely and beautifully and fearlessly. The opposite of him, really. The opposite in that Krista loved everything and everyone that way. Braxton only loved Krista and his family with that kind of dangerous love. The crowd shifted again, and this time he spent such an obviously long amount of time staring that Arian turned her head and looked as well. "That looks like the dog I had when I was little," she murmured, possibly putting the idea that that could be her mother together in her brain. She didn't say. She just let the sentence end abruptly. Chapter 2. This time, when Braxton started forward, Arian didn't drag her feet. They'd only walked a few steps, though, when a small commotion drew his attention. It was slightly to the left of where the woman with the dog was. A child screamed, apparently angry and possibly out past his bedtime. He looked to be about kindergarten age to Braxton, maybe a little younger than Arian had been when he'd brought her home to Iowa. Without Krista, since Krista had been going to prison. It had been the last time he'd seen his wife, and she'd told him in no uncertain terms that she hadn't wanted to see him again. Now, as he looked, he realized the poor mother wasn't dealing with just one child, but two. Maybe they were fighting. The older child yanked away from the adult hand he held, slapped his brother, and then went running toward the river. Whatever he was yelling was lost in the crowd and the sound of the thunder that still rumbled in the background. The adult, Braxton assumed it was the children's mother, ran after the child, although she held a toddler in one arm and took a moment to say something to the kid who had been hit. "No!" The little boy screamed as he ran across the walk and toward the railing. His cry made the woman turn from the younger kid, and even from this distance, Braxton could see her eyes widen and her body tense. The kid was running straight for the railing, the one that Braxton had just been thinking wouldn't keep anyone out of the water who was determined to get into it. Particularly a child bound and determined to get away from his mother. Maybe the woman with the dog had the same thought, or maybe it was just instinct, but she'd slid one step over, putting her body between the child and the railing, one arm out to catch him, one arm clinging desperately to the dog that was trying to climb up on her shoulder. The kid slipped out of her hand. He lunged toward the railing. The woman grabbed him with her free hand, latching onto his arm. Her body shifted as she lost her grip on the dog. The end of the leash fell to the ground as she grabbed at the dog with the hand that wasn't holding on to the kid. The kid twisted his body, yanking his arm away and grabbing for the railing, putting one foot on the bottom. The woman's finger slipped off his arm again, and the boy took advantage of that to shift his weight up, throwing one leg over the top rail. The kid was balancing on top of the rail, about to go over the other side, as the woman took both hands and grabbed hold of him, yanking him back. The kid fell backward, knocking into the woman. Safe for now. But the little animal was quick and had been restless ever since Braxton first laid eyes on it. As soon as it felt it was free, it perched on her shoulder for just a fraction of a second before leaping off, flying over the railing, and landing with a splash in the swift current. With both hands free, the woman had no trouble holding on to the child, even though he struggled and fought. Another second went by before several other adults joined her, and Braxton was sure the kid was out of danger. But the dog was dead, unless someone... Maybe it was the adrenaline that had been pumping through his body at the thought of seeing his wife again after half a decade apart. Or maybe it was the similarity the dog had to Cricket. Possibly a combination of both, along with the fact that in the back of his head, he was sure the woman was Krista, and the dog, if not Cricket, was another puppy just like her. Regardless, he didn't think about what he did next. "Stay," he said to his daughter before taking 2 steps, putting one hand on the top railing and vaulting the fence. He was a farm boy from Iowa, and while they did a lot of crop farming, he'd climbed his share of fences, most of which were much higher than the railing he just soared over. He had very little time. The current was swift, and the dog was just upriver. He'd taken 3 steps in the river before he thought it might have been a good idea to remove his boots. Not that he had time for that, and then a split second after that thought, he decided that possibly the waterlogged boots would help weigh him down and give him better purchase on the rocky bottom. The dog's head bobbed and disappeared. Braxton strained to see it in the current. It had seemed so far into the river that it would be too far out for him to reach in time anyway, but he'd already committed, and he wasn't going to quit until there was no hope. The dog's head popped back up, its feet struggling, fear in its wide eyes, its head turning and twisting, trying to see where it could go to get out of the freezing water. The roar of the water seemed louder when he was in it, and he pushed back the idea that his impulsive decision might have been the last one he'd ever make. And in vain, it looked like, since he hadn't made it far enough out to reach the pup, and the falls were almost upon him. The head went under. Braxton took another step and searched the water. Where was it? His eyes burned, his body shivered. Despite the warmth of the evening, the water was freezing. A shadow appeared in the water, and he swiped with his hand, hoping it was the body of the dog, not his eyes playing tricks on him, or a piece of debris, or a shift of the light. The cold water made his hands clumsy, and his fingers felt like boards rather than supple appendages, but his desperate, claw-like motion hooked the body of the dog and brought it closer. He reached with his other hand, trying to squeeze. He missed. The body slipped away. He lost his balance, slapping the water with his arms as the current caught his thighs, pulling him down. He tumbled, submerged, twisting, disoriented. His hip cracked against a rock on the riverbed, sending shooting pain up his side, a precursor to the beating his body would take on the rocks at the bottom of the falls. His heart pumped frantically, desperate energy surging through his body. His nose burned and water went up it as he struggled to get his head above the surface. His face brushed against something soft, and he swiped with his hand as his feet scrambled wildly for purchase on the slick rocks. The soft thing wiggled. He was able to squeeze it against his side as his feet wedged against a rock and his body straightened out of the pull of the current. When it just had his legs from his knees down, he could fight it. When it caught his whole body, it was too strong to resist. The dog shivered in his arms, pushing against his chest as though to burrow there. Braxton turned, and now that the immediacy of grabbing the dog and stopping his own tumble down the current had been taken care of, the idea that he might not make it back to shore tried to take over in his brain. He shut the thought down. He was going to give it his best shot and not think about failure. He made it out this far, and while he could tell from looking at the shore that he was much further downstream than he had been, even now people were congregating at the railing, and someone had found a life ring and was untying it. He had no doubt he'd make it back, but the bundle in his arms didn't seem to be shaking as hard as before, and the idea of presenting the woman with the body of her dog, rather than a live version, was a weight on his shoulders he didn't want to acknowledge. Just as he thought that, the body in his arms jerked, which made his legs push harder, fighting the current, ignoring the coldness that made his limbs numb and clumsy, and made the sight of the orange life ring floating toward him so very welcome. Another foot, and it was close enough for him to grab. But his clumsy hands missed it, and it floated by. The second time, he didn't even try to get his stiff fingers to work, but shot his arm through the inner hole and hooked it under his armpit. He clutched the dog next to his chest and was thankful to feel it shiver. As he felt the life ring pulling, he allowed himself to be pulled along, his feet stumbling but using the tension in the life ring as balance. His eyes lifted, landing first on the tall, slender woman, her hand clutched to her throat, her eyes wide and scared, glued on him. Krista. There was no doubt now that he could see her full in the face. His heart flipped, and his legs, which had been feeling rubbery and weak, strengthened with renewed determination. Standing directly behind her were several men in uniform, police written across their chests, and if he wasn't mistaken, the one on the right had handcuffs gripped in his hand. Braxton was pretty sure he wasn't going to make it to the meeting at the hotel. Chapter 3. Krista Beaumont watched in horror as her husband, albeit estranged husband, leaped over the fence and strode with confidence into the swift current of the Niagara River. Seeing him had been a shock, but it shouldn't have shocked her to see him stride into the river. Braxton had never been afraid of anything. He didn't look like the kind of man who could be charming and sweet, and now, all these years later, he looked even harder than he had as a young and innocent 20-something. But there was no mistaking it was the same man who had pledged his life to her. The dark hair, the shoulders broader than they had been, the narrow waist, confident stride, the angled nose and strong jaw. Plus, he was in the area because he was meeting her, and Braxton was never late. It irritated him that she was, but he had loved her, and he'd always smiled fondly at her penchant for needing an extra half-hour more than what she thought. She'd been out of prison for years, and maybe she should have contacted him before now. She knew she should have. But she had reasons, and she thought they were good ones. Now that he could be swept over the edge of the falls, she wished she would have gone running to his arms the second she stepped out of confinement. Her hands clutched the railing, the cries of the child behind her barely registering as her eyes remained glued on the man as he strode through the water, the current pulling and tugging, her heart leaping in her throat as he lost his balance, and his hand slapped the water. His eyes, laser-focused on Katydid as she bobbed in the water, never leaving his target, determined on one thing, and that was saving the dog. Had he realized it was her? Had he recognized the dog as looking exactly like the one that they'd owned together? Had he known it was her dog? The question stirred feelings in her chest she didn't want to examine. Although she knew Braxton was the kind of man who would do something like this for a complete stranger, she wanted to think that he had known it was her and had risked his life just for her. At the same time she wanted that, she wanted to grab him and shake him and ask him why he was being such an idiot. Few, if any, people in the world would think it was a good idea to wade into the Niagara River, barely 100 feet from the edge of the falls. What dog was worth that? But he had always known and understood how much cricket meant to her. He'd known her need for roots and permanence and attachment, and how she craved stability, the premium she placed on loyalty. Braxton had not just been understanding. He'd shared most of her feelings, even though their upbringings had been completely different. Her heart dropped as he clawed the water, splashing it up, arching and catching the artificial lights that shone down. The next time his arms moved, they came up with Katydid between them, but the brown fur wasn't moving. "If Braxton gets out okay, I can live without Katydid. Please just let Braxton be okay." God had allowed her to go to prison, and she hadn't been very happy with him since. She felt bad about that now, because she was in a pinch, and automatically she wanted his help. She probably wouldn't be too keen on helping someone who hadn't talked to her for the last 5 years, but God was bigger than she was, and more forgiving as well. Hopefully, he'd not just hear, but answer. Braxton had turned around and started back, but his steps were slower, his body hunched. The cold was probably getting to him. She had no idea what temperature the water was, but it was December in northern New York. No matter the air temp, the water would be freezing. The idea that he might not make it back to shore had her jaw clenching and her fingers digging into the railing. He was tough, the toughest man she'd ever met, and determined, far more determined than she'd ever been. He had character and drive and persistence, but even Braxton was hardly a match for the Niagara River. Not in December. Someone threw a life ring, and Krista perked up, her heart jumping and her eyes tracking its movement. But it floated by as Braxton made a clumsy attempt to catch hold of it, almost losing his balance in the process. She bit back a gasp. His eyes, dark and shadowed, lifted, and they seemed to meet hers. In his face, she read no surprise. He'd known she was there, known exactly who she was, known whose dog he was going after, and known the risks. He'd also known what it would mean to her to have her dog safely back, and what it would mean to her to lose it. He'd always known those things, had always been considerate and tender with her. He'd been too good for her. That was mostly the problem. She'd figured that all out in the glance they shared before his eyes ripped away, and someone made another attempt at throwing the life ring. This time, Braxton didn't try to grab it, but shot his arm through the hole and squeezed the thing to his side. Relief made her slump against the railing. If he could keep hold of the life ring, he would live. With the crowd gathering around her, she didn't notice the policeman until she turned, getting ready to walk toward the railing where Braxton would be coming up out of the river. "Ma'am, we have to ask you to get out of the way."
"He's carrying my dog. That's why he went in. He wasn't pulling any stunts or causing any problems, officer."
"We have to book him anyway," the officer said, "after taking him to the hospital. If he survives, that water is pretty cold." The man was probably a native, having grown up in the area, Krista would imagine. Regardless, if he did the Niagara Falls beat, he'd probably seen his share of people being pulled out of the river. More often, they were likely just bodies. She swallowed against the tightness in her throat and realized for the first time that if Braxton were here, Arian was probably around as well. Her eyes scanned the crowd, trying to remember exactly where he'd been when he jumped in. If the officers were truly going to take him away, she would not be able to ease back into motherhood like she'd hoped. Arian would be her responsibility, and as a mother, her first thought was to protect her daughter. Her second thought was that she wouldn't let Braxton down. Chapter 4. Krista glanced at the police officers whose eyes were glued on Braxton as he emerged from the water. She stepped back, out of the way, then scanned the crowd again. Even as a child, Arian had had her father's personality, steady and thoughtful, and not nearly as dramatic and prone to emotion as Krista. Prison had given her time to think, and had also given her time to cool her heels and get a hold of her tendency toward the dramatic. Not that she would ever be the rock that Braxton was, but she certainly wasn't the walking drama queen that she used to be. Maybe she was being harsh on herself. Braxton had seen something worth admiring and loving in her. Until she'd ruined everything. She'd made the stupid decisions that led her to years in prison. But really, before that, she'd chosen her career and the possibility for fortune and fame over a man who would have loved her for the rest of her life without question. Her newfound wisdom told her how stupid she'd been. But maybe it was her eternal optimism that made her think that maybe there was still a chance for them. After all, he'd never asked for a divorce. Her eyes glanced over the crowd again and hooked on a figure that had to be Arian, although she was tall for her age. So much taller than Krista remembered. She had her father's dark eyes and Krista's delicate bone structure. She was also the only preteen girl chewing her lip and standing staring at the officers who were holding on to her dad. Torn between going directly to her daughter and pleading with the officers, Krista took one step and straightened her shoulders. Using her most cultured voice, she said, "Officer?" One of the officers, in the process of putting handcuffs on Braxton, grunted at her. "Excuse me, officer. That's my husband." It was true, even if she hadn't seen him in years. "He's in our custody now, ma'am. If you want to see him, you'll have to come down to the station, and that's after we take him to the hospital. I'm guessing they'll be admitting him. He's not shivering." I'm not going to the hospital, Braxton said. Either his jaw was clenched or he couldn't get his tongue to work. Whichever it was, his words were slightly slurred, and he swayed on his feet. Perhaps he would have fallen if the officer hadn't steadied him. It's on my head if you die in our care. You're going to the hospital. She thought a prisoner had some kind of rights, but she wasn't going to argue with the officer, because she felt Braxton should go to the hospital as well. Arian, Braxton slurred. Take care of Arian. His eyes were on her, dark and piercing, with none of the tenderness and concern he'd always shown. He was a tough man, hard and commanding, always had been. But he had a soft, gentle side that she'd only ever seen when they were alone. Although sometimes he could communicate through his eyes and his gaze and the way he looked at her, making her feel loved and cherished with just a glance. Not now. Take care of Cricket. Braxton slurred more. She didn't bother to correct him. Katie did, not Cricket. The dog shivered in her arms, not struggling, but that could be from exhaustion. Regardless, Krista had every intention of taking care of her dog, after she was sure her husband and child were going to be okay. Cricket had been given to friends while she'd been in prison, and she'd been hit by a car. The friends had felt terrible, and so when she'd been released and was done with her parole and community service, they'd given her a puppy to celebrate. Obviously, Katydid was still excitable and not used to big crowds. Krista had been somewhat protective of her, because she did seem like a carbon copy of Cricket, and Cricket held a special place in her heart, representing a time of her life when she'd been the happiest and most content, had been loved. I will, she said, staring into his eyes. Despite his eyelids drooping and the blueness around his lips, his gaze was just as fierce as ever. His eyes shifted, and he said to Arian, Listen to your mother.
I will, Daddy. Go to the hospital, please.
Arian said, almost a whisper, and the softness, the gentleness, the absolute adoration in which he had used to look at Krista were all there in his gaze when he put it upon his daughter. I hate hospitals, he said, and Krista bit back a smile. That was true. He hated every second he'd had to spend in the hospital when Arian had been born. But he'd been a proud dad, a supportive and caring husband. He'd been there for her through everything.
I don't want anything to happen to you,
Arian said, her words trembling, fear clouding her face. I'll go. You listen to your mom, he said, that line softer as he jerked his head toward Krista but didn't take his eyes off Arian.
I'm calling Uncle Preston. He'll come get you out of jail, Daddy.
Leave the family out of it. I can take care of myself, Braxton murmured, sounding even worse than he had even several minutes ago. The police officers had been discussing something between themselves, maybe which hospital to take him to or whether they should force him to go.
He'll make sure to get you out, Daddy,
Arian said, pulling a phone from her pocket. Braxton's arms moved. Then he said a word too low for Krista to hear. My phone's down at the bottom of the falls, not in my pocket.
Uncle Preston will make sure you get another one. You know he's the most responsible,
Arian said, her eyes holding a touch of humor, although still clouded with worry and fear. Just what I need. Someone to remind me how stupid I am, Braxton muttered, the slurring still terrible, but annoyance coloring his speech as well. His words made Krista's heart twist. When she'd made the decision she had, when she'd ended up going to prison, when she'd called Braxton to come and get their daughter, she was sure all of those decisions had been one more thing that had made Braxton look terrible in front of his family. She hadn't considered it at the time, just something she had a lot of time to think about while locked up. able to know all the things she had done wrong and what she could do over. They say you can never go back, so she would go forward.
"We'll call your family and make sure you get released,"
she said as the officers turned him and led him toward the gurney that had been unloaded from the ambulance that she hadn't even heard arrive. His eyes met hers one last time before he looked forward and didn't turn around again. She watched as they unlocked his handcuffs and eased him onto the gurney. He looked so tough and strong, yet vulnerable at the same time. The craziness of that man going into the Niagara River to save a dog. Her dog. Their dog. The one he thought was theirs. If he'd go into the river for a dog, what wouldn't he do for his family? She already knew the answer to that. There was nothing that Braxton Emmerson wouldn't do for the people that he loved. And she'd thrown that away. How stupid could a woman be? There was no time to berate herself, though. She turned toward Arian, who was holding her phone to her ear and saying,
"Uncle Preston, I'm serious. He really is. He was in the water and now they're taking him to the hospital. But then they're going to take him to jail. And you have to come and get him out."
She paused for a minute and then her head started nodding.
"Yes, the water. The river right above the falls. I was terrified. I thought Daddy was going to go over."
Now frustration showed on Arian's face as she kept nodding her head.
"I'm serious. He's going off in the ambulance now. You can't talk to him because the police are here."
She stopped nodding her head, and a look like relief washed over her face.
"That's right. A dog. No, I didn't fall in the water,"
Arian said, almost exasperated.
"Uncle Preston, I know better. It's scary here. You could feel the thunder and hear it too. It makes the ground vibrate. There is a fence, and I wouldn't go past it."
Arian sounded truly horrified that her uncle would think that she was in the water.
"Thank you. All right. I don't know where they're taking him. They didn't say."
She listened for just a bit more, and then she said,
"No, I don't think he has his phone. He said it was at the bottom of the falls." "Okay. Yes, you can call mine. But I don't know where he's going. They wouldn't talk to us."
She hesitated just a bit more, and then her eyes went to Krista.
"No, I'll be fine. My mom is here."
Her face fell a bit as she listened, finally nodding just a little, and for the first time, her eyes held tears.
"I know. I'll try. Of course I'll listen. I love you too,"
she said and held the phone to her ear just a moment more before slowly lowering it and clicking off. The whole exchange made Krista want to cry. How much she had missed. How she longed to see the relationship that her daughter had with her dad and his brothers, whom she'd never met but only heard about. All her fault, because Braxton had been extremely proud of his family, loved the farm that he lived on in Iowa. At the time, she'd considered it kind of hicky and unsophisticated for Braxton to love his country home so much. Not that he didn't appreciate the benefits of the city. They'd gone to the theater, museums, visited plum orchards on both sides of the border, and vineyards as well, and even traveled down to the Finger Lakes, enjoying festivals and local farmers markets, but always going back to their big city home. It's where she thought true culture was, and she'd been brainwashed a little to think that being suave and sophisticated was better than being grounded by family and the land and home you loved. Maybe because of her upbringing, she wanted people to look at her and see someone to admire and respect, someone with culture and class, not some hick from the sticks. Maybe she'd made Braxton feel less than at times. Certainly, she'd probably made him feel like his family in Iowa was less than, since she had no interest in it. She'd been so stupid. She felt stupid now, holding out her hand to Arian, but did it anyway.
I'm your mother, and you're just as beautiful now, maybe even more so, than you were the last time I saw you.
Arian's eyes were distrusting. She looked her up and down, and one lip pulled back like she really didn't want to come, but she put up her own hand and took Krista's.
I'm Arian,
she said simply, not adding on, "It's so nice to meet you," or "I'm glad you're my mother," or any other such thing. Why would she? Krista had no idea what Braxton had been telling Arian about her mother all these years. He certainly had no reason to say anything good.
I want to talk to you, ask you if you remember me, but we need to get Katydid to the vet as soon as possible. I feel her moving, but I know she's cold and might need some kind of treatment. That's fine,
Arian said like it really didn't matter.
All right, let's hurry.
Arian kept up with her as they walked quickly back to the lot where Krista's car was parked. Back when Braxton knew her before, she might have had a chauffeur. Since getting out of prison, she struggled for work and had nothing as successful as the Single in the City show that she and her partner Frances had had. After she'd gone to prison for tax evasion, Frances had gotten several new partners, from what Krista could see from her research, but none of them had worked as well for her as Krista. No one had the chemistry that she and Frances had. They just worked so well together. Every once in a while, a person found someone who complemented them so perfectly the world could see it. She and Frances had been that. She wanted to think that she and Braxton had had that too. How lucky could a girl be that she'd had it twice in one lifetime? Leaving Frances hadn't been her choice, but choosing her career over Braxton had.
This is my car. Do you mind taking my phone and looking up a vet practice nearby? Anyone that has emergency care since we're after hours. The closest one. Doesn't matter what it is. I have my own phone,
Arian said when Krista tried to hand the girl her purse. Krista was able to get in the car, settling the dog in her lap and grabbing a sweater from the back to cover her with. The officer had said that Braxton wasn't shivering, which was a bad sign, so she assumed the violent shivering that Katydid was doing was good.
I found one. My phone says 5 minutes away. Perfect. Get the directions and we'll start out, Krista added. Give me the number and I'll call and let them know we're coming.
Soon the computerized voice filled the interior of her car as she followed the directions. It took a little doing on her part, since they weren't regular customers, but the vet agreed to meet them there, and her car was pulling in as Krista turned into the parking lot as well. After getting a brief history, the vet took Katydid and unlocked the clinic, letting them sit in the waiting room in the dim light while she took the dog to the back. Arian sat down calmly, but Krista felt too wound up to sit. Still, she tried to grab a hold of herself and go over and sit down on one of the hard plastic chairs beside her daughter.
You probably don't remember, but when you were little, we had a dog that looked just like Katydid. Her name was Cricket. I do. I remember playing with Cricket outside, sitting in sand or something, and trying to bury her in the sand, and then you made me give her a bath because I'd gotten her all dirty. Yeah, you and she were inseparable. Why didn't you send her with me when I left?
Arian asked.
I remember crying for her when you took me to meet Daddy. You said I couldn't have her. I was selfish. I thought I could keep her. She was one of the few things I had to remember you and your father by. I had so many memories wrapped up in her. But that wasn't Cricket. You called her Katydid. She died.
She almost added, while I was in prison, but she didn't know whether Braxton had told Arian about what had happened. Chapter 5. Krista didn't see any point in hiding her past, except she wanted her daughter to love her and not hate her. Obviously, her daughter didn't have great feelings for her anyway, since she hadn't sent Cricket with her. One more thing for her to feel guilty about. Maybe if she had sent her, she'd still be alive because Braxton would have protected Cricket, just like he had done with Katie did, throwing himself into the dangerous waters of the Niagara River to save her dog's life. If it had been possible for him to save Cricket, he would have.
I'm sorry. I should have sent her with you.
Arian shrugged her shoulders like it didn't matter. She didn't seem to have the belligerent attitude of a lot of preteens, but Krista couldn't blame her for the attitude she had against her mother. After all, it probably felt to Arian like she'd abandoned her.
I guess maybe you wonder why I took you to your dad and then disappeared from your life,
she said, unable to ask the question, "Did your dad tell you I was in prison?"
I guess I figured you didn't want me anymore. I'm glad that he did. I like living in Iowa better than here anyway,
Arian said, her eyes firmly stuck on the floor between her 2 feet.
He did say something about prison. I had a person who worked with me, handled my money, and she cheated me. She was supposed to be taking care of my finances, and she hid her tracks pretty well because she made the money that she had laundered look like my fault. She never paid my taxes, and I was the one who went to prison. I obviously couldn't take you with me. I knew that your father would take care of you. Better than I could, probably.
Her heart didn't want to say that, although it was true. Braxton was perfect in everything he did, and while she'd had a couple of moments of fame, her years in prison and on parole had pretty much made her unemployable. Although she was working for a small production company, landing small parts in several movies. B-movies. Arian had looked toward her when she said she'd been in prison, and her eyes were wide.
Did you kill someone?
Krista laughed in spite of herself.
Do you think your dad would have left you with me if I had?
She asked with a knowing, calm certainty he wouldn't have. Which, upon hearing the question, Arian shook her head. Of course not.
What did you do?
She'd already explained it, but Arian had probably missed it. Mishandling money and not paying taxes probably wasn't something that she was familiar with. Honestly, Krista still hadn't paid that much attention to her own money because she knew she wasn't good with money nor with numbers and accounting. She'd trusted someone else to take care of it for her, and obviously she shouldn't have.
I didn't do anything other than trust someone I shouldn't have, but they did things they shouldn't have with my money, and that included not paying taxes that were due. By the time I realized what had happened, I didn't have any money to actually pay the taxes. The person who took the money from me made it seem like it was all my fault and that I took it. I ended up going to prison for it, and I never did get the money back.
A simplified explanation, told as dispassionately as she could. She still had anger simmering in her chest from it. Blanche, who had been hired to take care of all her money and taxes, had gotten away completely free. Krista didn't even know where she was. Probably swindling someone else out of their money, or living happily on the amount that she'd stolen from Krista. It had been tempting to look around, confront her, tell her what a terrible person she was, and how she'd ruined her life, except long ago, in one of her foster homes, she remembered that she'd somehow learned in Sunday school that fame and fortune was fleeting, and a person shouldn't chase after them. But Krista had. She'd paid the price for it. Not that she truly believed fame and fortune were terrible, but she'd had the opportunity for more, for something more valuable, for something that would last a lifetime and beyond, into eternity. She'd chosen the fleeting thing instead of the thing that really mattered. Blanche had just made sure she'd gone to prison for being stupid. Most people just had regrets, not a record. Still, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't launch herself at Blanche's throat if the woman were to stand in front of her now. But she didn't have the money nor the drive to hire a lawyer and try to get to the bottom of it. After all, she'd already spent years trying to prove her innocence. In vain.
"You're out of prison now. Why didn't you come see me?"
Arian asked, finally, after the silence had stretched on between them, the minutes of the evening ticking by, but neither one of them seeming overly eager to continue the conversation. Krista hoped and prayed that Katydid would be okay and that Braxton had rescued her in time. Even more of her wished she knew which hospital Braxton was in so she could go there immediately, even though the police probably wouldn't let her anywhere near his room. The best thing she could do for Braxton right now was to take care of their daughter, which he'd obviously been doing a good job of for the last 6 years. She didn't want to answer her last question, though, but she would.
"I was on parole. I couldn't travel. Until last year. Then, immediately after I was done with parole, I was offered a job in Toronto, but I had to begin immediately. I wasn't sure how your dad felt about me, and I couldn't just show up in Iowa, as much as I wanted to."
Arian didn't say anything, but she seemed very interested in that spot on the floor between her feet again. Krista wished she had a more flattering story to tell.
"I guess I was scared. Back when you were born and before, he wanted me to move to Iowa with him, live on the farm, be a part of his big family. I wanted something else. What I wanted turned out to be a terrible thing. If I would have done what he wanted, we'd still be living in Iowa, happy. Maybe I'd have brothers and sisters,"
Arian said, sounding bitter, which made Krista's heart crack. One more thing to feel guilty about. She hadn't even thought about that. That Arian didn't have brothers and sisters because of her selfishness.
"Your dad's a hard man to get a hold of, although I knew he wouldn't keep you from me. But I was scared. Not to mention, I didn't have much money, and I couldn't tell him that I wanted to come see you, but he was going to have to pay for my trip."
Arian nodded without looking up, almost as though she understood that. She seemed mature for her age, but again, she had her father's steady temperament, so that could be it too. Regardless, everything Krista had said was just excuses. She'd wanted to be able to go back to Iowa, and she'd wanted to be successful when she did it. She didn't want to go back defeated, broken, and penniless. But she'd finally decided that it didn't matter if she wasn't super rich. She had earned enough money to travel, and she had a few weeks off at the beginning of December from production, and she wanted to spend it with her daughter. So she'd gotten up the nerve, dug around, texting several people, talking to several more, before she finally got Braxton's number and texted him. She hadn't said she'd come to Iowa. She just said she wanted to see her daughter for Christmas. She hadn't expected Braxton to text back with the offer of coming to Toronto and meeting her at Niagara City. It was far more than she deserved. It made her wish that she'd done it before, when she couldn't afford it, because he would have made sure she got to see her daughter. It was obvious now, although it hadn't seemed so at the time.
"I'm sorry, Arian."
That's all she said, hoping that the true remorse she felt came out in her tone and her words. It must have, because Arian's head lifted.
"I'm truly sorry. I have so many mistakes I've made, so many things I wish I could go back and redo, And at the very top of that list is not being able to see you. I've missed you, and I know you probably can't believe this since I left you, but I love you. I always have, and I always will. And you were never far from my thoughts, even though there were thousands of miles between us.
Arian stared at her for a bit, almost as though she didn't believe her, and then her eyes dropped, and she looked back at the floor.
I have some good news,
the vet said, walking into the room. Krista had been so focused on her daughter she hadn't even heard the door to the exam room open, but the vet stood before them, a white lab coat thrown over a sweatshirt and jeans and an iPad in her hand.
That's great,
Krista said, standing.
I would like to keep Katydid overnight, but her temperature has risen to normal and her lungs are clear. Pneumonia would be my fear, and I've given her some pretty strong antibiotics just to try to ward that off. If everything looks good, I'll release her in the morning. That's fantastic. Better than I had hoped for,
Krista said, her hand at her throat, relief making her body feel cool and weak. Now, if only Braxton had as good of a report. He wasn't shivering. Katydid had been.
All right, if you'll just give me some of your information so I can get a hold of you, we can take care of that, and you guys can head out for the evening.
Krista gave her the information she requested and pulled her credit card out, putting the vet bill on that since there wasn't enough money in her checking account to cover it. It was the credit card she had for emergencies, and this was most definitely an emergency. 15 minutes later, they'd walked out with a card and phone number where they could reach the vet if they had any questions, and a promise that the vet would call them when she came in at 7 the next morning and let them know how Katydid was doing. She and Arian walked out, quiet, both lost in thought apparently, although as she started her car, Arian said,
Dad rented a house. Didn't he tell you? He hadn't. I assumed he was staying at a hotel, probably the same one as me.
She had sent the information where she would be staying to him as soon as he'd told her he was coming. He hadn't said anything about a house.
I have the address on my phone because I was the one doing the directions when we drove from the airport. All of my things are there.
Okay, Krista said slowly, thinking.
Would you like to stay at the hotel with me, or would you like me to come to the house with you?
The house sounded nicer, but all of her things were at the hotel. They'd have to stop there before they could call it quits for the evening. She didn't mind letting Arian choose. In fact, it felt like the least she could do under the circumstances, since her dad was in an unknown condition, and it was all Krista's fault.
The house. It's nice, and all of Daddy's things are there too. Okay, then let's go to the hotel first, grab my stuff, and I'll stay with you at the house until your dad comes back.
She'd only gotten the hotel for 3 nights because that's all she could afford. She hadn't known what she was going to do after that, but had hoped Braxton would help her, or at least allow her to take Arian to her tiny apartment in Toronto. It looked like she didn't need to worry about it, at least for now.
I think he was planning on you staying there with us,
Arian said, her tone and words conveying that she was unsure as to whether or not Krista might want to stay there with them.
He hadn't said anything to me about that at all.
Because of Christmas, there were probably more tourists than normal at Niagara Falls, but it wasn't jam-packed crowded like it might be in the summer. She could get another room for a couple of days if she got her money back for this one.
You know what? I'll check out, and I'll go to the house with you. I'll stay for sure until your dad comes, and then we'll talk about it, he and I, and we'll figure something out. Thanks. I didn't want to have to go to the hotel. I wanted to have Dad's stuff and...
She didn't finish, her voice trailing off, but Krista figured she probably wanted to have something a little bit familiar around her. Regardless, Krista did what she said, stopping at the hotel and walking out with Arian after she packed her things. Not that there were many of them. It wasn't hard for her to believe Arian when she said that Braxton had been expecting her to stay at the house with them. Although why he wouldn't have said that to her, she didn't know, unless he wasn't sure of her reaction, in which case it made her wonder if he actually cared. It was the first glimpse that she'd seen that he might. She had to tell herself not to get her hopes up, though, because she could hardly think that after everything she'd done, after all the bad decisions she'd made, after the way she'd ruined his life, he'd want to have anything to do with her. But then she thought of something she'd noticed at the time that hadn't really registered.
Back when I knew your dad, he didn't wear any kind of jewelry other than his wedding ring. But today I noticed he had a chain around his neck.
She glanced over at Arian as a computerized voice filled the interior of the car, commanding her to turn left. She obeyed and then gave another covert glance at Arian.
He never takes it off,
Arian finally said, softly but with finality and complete confidence. She looked down at her own hand. Her wedding band sat on her finger, the same place it had been since Braxton had slipped it on 12 years ago. She hadn't taken it off other than what she needed to during filming. Braxton hadn't been wearing one. She'd noticed when he handed Katydid back to her, but she'd been concerned about Braxton, so scared and relieved that he climbed out of the river and hadn't gone over the falls, that he'd saved the life of her dog, that it just hadn't registered nor been something she thought about.
I see.
She wanted to ask what was on the end of it. Maybe it was just a chain. Not that it mattered. The house was 15 minutes away, out of the city limits and into the countryside where streetlights no longer lit their way and the surrounding fields were dark. It was after midnight, and though Krista had spent her share of nights staying up until the wee hours of the morning, she hadn't lately, and she was tired. Too tired to do more than notice that the house seemed large and isolated. A little shiver of fear pulled at her chest, and she tried to shake it off. All of her foster families except one had been in large towns or cities. The one that had been out in the country had been isolated enough, with no neighbors to hear her scream. Not that they had been abusive exactly, just scary for a child. Her foster parents hadn't done much to alleviate her fears, actually using them against her to keep her from running away. Not that she had shown any proclivity toward trying to escape, but it was apparently the way they kept all of their foster kids in line, by warning them that if they went out alone after dark, they needed to watch for wolves and bears and make sure that the coyotes didn't attack them and eat them up. With the wisdom of an adult, she figured that it was probably not feasible that some kind of wild animal was going to attack anyone who was wandering around after dark in that isolated landscape. But at the time, as a child, it had put the fear of God into her, and now, being out alone in the country scared her. She suppressed a shiver as she stopped in front of the house, dark fields with a spattering of trees on either side. The cloud cover provided little illumination, and the porch light looked dim and eerie rather than welcoming. Cold wind blew as she opened her door, rattling bare, leafless branches and giving her chills. She wanted to run in the house and lock the door behind her, but she forced herself to pop the trunk and grab her luggage. Arian went back with her, grabbing a bag for her.
It's pretty isolated here. That's what Daddy and I like. That's the way it is in Iowa. Our house is off by itself, although Uncle Preston and Uncle Keen live with us. We don't have any neighbors, and we like it that way,
Arian said with an almost proud note in her voice.
I see. I thought there were 3 brothers. There are, but Uncle Elias lives somewhere else, although he works on the farm too.
Big family, working together. She had no idea what that was like. She also had no idea what it was like to be in a house by herself, be the adult in the house by herself, and be responsible for Arian while there were no neighbors anywhere around and no houses within earshot or view. How did people live this way? Chapter 6.
Hey there, Clyde. You're a hard man to get a hold of.
Preston's voice, Braxton's brother, sounded sweet in his ear, as much as he hated to admit it.
Clyde,
Braxton said, very aware of the policemen that stood on either side of him. They were relaxed, one of them doing paperwork, but this conversation was not private. They'd been good guys, decent folk, and one of them had allowed him to borrow his cell phone to call his brother. Thankfully, his brother had a number that had been easy to memorize, since on his own cell phone, the number was programmed and he hardly ever dialed anyone. Preston's had been one of the few he could remember.
You know, Bonnie and Clyde.
You are hilarious, Braxton said dryly. Before he left, he confided in Preston, the sibling closest in age to him, with only 15 months separating them, about Krista, and he'd hinted at why and how he'd ended up with Arian. Not all the details, but enough to give Preston an idea of what had happened, without placing all the blame on Krista. His goal in life was not to make her look bad. How could he do that when he still loved her? Tempted to put his hand up and touch the chain around his neck, making sure his ring was still there, he didn't, keeping one hand relaxed in his pocket, one holding the phone to his ear. Funny, since he'd teased Krista about being Bonnie. He'd spent 2 nights in the hospital, but he was fine now and standing at the prison desk, trying to figure out how he'd get his sorry butt out of here. He'd lost his wallet and cell phone over the falls. He had no contact info, no bank numbers, nothing. Thankfully, some of the information he needed was on Arian's phone, but her phone had been a recent purchase, less than a year, and obviously a very large regret on his part was giving her a number and programming it into his own phone without memorizing it. He couldn't reach his own daughter.
I suppose you want me to bail you out of there,
Preston said, pretending like it was going to be a bother. Braxton would be surprised if his brother wasn't already on his way. Arian had said she was going to call.
No, I'm actually kind of comfortable in here, but I want you to come and help take care of Arian. She's with Krista, but I didn't get a chance to talk to Krista to find out what her schedule was or her plans. I don't know how long she can keep her, and I don't know Arian's number. I was hoping you could give that to me, too. Well, I've got you covered. I've already talked to Arian, and she is doing fine, although I can still give you her number. I'm also on my way to the jail to bail my big brother out. I always knew your criminal heart, and I'm sure Graham is going to have more than a little bit to say to you whenever you get home.
Seriously? You told Graham I was in jail.
The whole town knows it. Do you think that the biggest news to hit Prairie Rose since the tornado that passed by 20 miles to the south of us 17 years ago was going to get buried under someone's odd reluctance to air their family's dirty laundry?
I'd hoped you would have had a little bit of discretion, yeah.
You hoped wrong, brother. I did have a great time telling everyone. I went to the barbershop first, and then I stood at the back of the church on Sunday as everyone was coming in and told them all myself. What good is it to have juicy gossip and not wring every drop of fun out of it you can?
I suppose you told them that I killed somebody and was on death row, and you've probably given away my stuff.
All except your tractor, the big 7250. I'm going to keep that bad boy for myself.
How about you pay my lawyer's fees with it?
Nah, you can do dish detail for the next 30 years. That ought to cover it.
Thanks, Braxton said, knowing his brother was joking. Having an older brother in prison was way too rich to not wring every ounce of humor out of it he possibly could. There was no doubt he was going to be teased about this for a very long time. But he'd saved Cricket. Although, looking back, he couldn't believe he'd gone in the Niagara River. If he had taken a second or two to think about it, he probably would never have even considered it. Who was he kidding? Of course he would have. He couldn't watch a dog drift out in front of him, knowing it was going to die, without doing his level best to save it. And the fact that the dog had been Krista's? Yeah, no doubt. He would absolutely prefer to go over the falls rather than do nothing. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could live with himself if he'd watched the dog float in front of him and not lifted a finger to do anything to help. Some things were worth sacrificing one's life for. Maybe it was crazy to sacrifice it for a dog, but it wasn't just any dog. It was Krista's dog. The temptation to touch his ring washed over him again, and he fisted his hand inside of his pocket. "So, they let you out of the hospital?"
Kicked me out. Actually, I said I was leaving, and
He looked over his shoulder at Officer Brad, who had been at the hospital.
the cops at my door put handcuffs on me and gave me a ride to my new digs.
"Kind of them."
That's what I thought. I also thought it'd be kind of me to get out of their hair, so I need to post bail. I need my bank info to cancel my cards and get some new ones.
He also had to get a new driver's license and a bunch of other red tape items that he wasn't looking forward to. Losing his wallet was a pain, but the thing that bit the most was that the one picture he had of him and Krista and Arian, the one taken at the hospital just before they'd been discharged, had gone over the falls with it. He'd looked at that picture every day since he'd left. Never again. Preston and he talked a little more about the specifics of the payment, and he'd gotten the information for his finances and to get a new driver's license. Preston said, "I'm giving you all this, but I'm about 5 minutes away from the jail." He huffed out a breath, grunting a laugh.
That's great. I'll see you in a bit.
He swiped the phone and handed it back to Officer Brad.
Thanks.
"No problem. I've been covering that beat on the Niagara Police Force for a long time, and that's the first time anyone's ever jumped in the river to save a dog." "I've never actually heard of a dog jumping in the river," Officer Deshawn said. "Oh, it's happened, just not lately." Officer Brad ran a hand over his head. "In fact, I think if I recall correctly, there was a dog that made it over alive. I'd have to check the records on that, though."
Did you arrest it?
Braxton asked from where he leaned against the desk. Officer Brad huffed a laugh. "Hey, I admire what you did. Stupid, and I wouldn't do it myself, but it takes guts, and I can't deny that I'm impressed with either your bravery or the depth of your stupidity. Regardless, the law's the law, and you go in the river, you go in the slammer. That's just the way it is." "Supposedly it helps keep other people from doing it." Officer Deshawn shrugged his shoulders. "Seems like the same amount of people do it every year regardless of what we do." "It wasn't that cold the night you went in, at least. Gonna get a lot chillier out."
Yeah, coming here from the hospital, it really felt like winter.
The temperature in Niagara City probably wasn't that different from what it was in Iowa. He was used to brutally cold winters, used to whipping winds and blizzard conditions, thrived in them, really. He couldn't imagine living in a place where there was no snow, no cold, nothing to fight. What did people who lived in warm climates do? Maybe they waged war with the monstrous-sized reptiles and insects that inhabited their climate. He would never find out. He had zero plans on leaving Iowa again. He'd been willing to do it once, and he'd had that offer slapped back in his face. Never again. Preston showed up, and they did the paperwork. 2 hours later, they were on their way to the house that he'd rented for him and Arian to stay in, with Krista if she wanted. If you don't mind, I'm going to crash at your house tonight. My flight leaves tomorrow. It was all I could get."
"Not a problem. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. I appreciate you coming. Once I get my bank stuff straightened out, I'll pay you for your ticket and your car rental."
"Don't worry about it, bro. I'm sure I owe you from some time." He probably did. Braxton had practically raised his brothers, as their mother had fought cancer most of their childhood, with their dad spending much of his time taking her to appointments and hospital visits and taking care of her. All in vain, since she'd passed away when Braxton had been a senior in high school. His dad had never been the same, and he died not long after. Everyone said it was because of his broken heart, and Braxton didn't doubt it. His parents had been deeply in love, and his dad had never recovered from his mother's death. Regardless, Braxton had been in charge of his siblings long before he was an adult, and the only irresponsible thing he'd ever done was what he'd done with Krista. "Are you sure I'm not going to be infringing on the lovebirds?" Preston said as he followed the directions, making a right turn out of town.
"I'm sure,"
Braxton said, not adding anything to it, even though Preston's comment was probably designed to get him to say something about his relationship with Krista. Wasn't something he was talking about. His brothers could just wonder. He didn't know himself what it was, but he figured he probably had a lot of his dad in him. He'd fallen for one woman, that was it. He'd love her until he died, and he'd do anything for her, including jumping in the Niagara River 100 feet from the falls, just to save her dog. He resisted the urge to rub his hands together or fidget some other way. He'd be seeing her again soon. He couldn't deny he wanted to, was eager to. But he tried to slap his hopeful heart back down, back to where it had been kept safe and secure, locked away for the last 5 years. When she'd chosen to continue her career rather than be with him, he'd stayed in Toronto with her, giving up the farm, giving up everything, just for her. In her defense, she'd had the most popular show on TV, Single in the City. The problem was, it was single in the city. He'd begged Krista to marry him until she relented, but she wouldn't allow their marriage to get out. He was her bodyguard for all intents and purposes, not her husband, according to what everyone on the set thought. He supposed he was just intimidating enough to be a bodyguard, and he'd taken that job seriously, although he'd given her enough space to be free as well. "Wow, you found a house that's really out there. How'd you do that?"
"I guess it was mostly an accident. It felt big enough in case—"
He didn't say anything more, but he needed a house big enough for him to be able to get away from Krista, in case he couldn't keep from mooning over her. He wasn't going to do it in her presence, anyway. Being around a lot of people and houses made him feel claustrophobic. Couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand walking out of his door and having 17 people be able to tell exactly what he was wearing, what time he got up, and what he was doing for the day. He needed privacy. This house had been perfect, the right size, enough privacy. "In case she gets mad at you and comes after you with the skillet? Yeah, I think it probably is," Preston said, giving the house another glance, like he was truly trying to figure out whether or not Braxton would have enough places to hide from a skillet-wielding Krista. "What did you say Bonnie's real name was again?" Preston asked as they parked.
"You can call her Mrs. Emmerson,"
Braxton said, reaching for the door handle and pushing the door open. "You married her," Preston said, his head snapping around, and Braxton cursed his stupidity.
"Yeah, I did."
Preston huffed out a breath. "Well, I'll be," he said, shaking his head, his words soft and filled with wonder. Chapter 7. Braxton didn't want to hear it. Not from Preston, not from anyone. But he couldn't think of anything to change the subject, so he just got out and slammed the car door shut. Not the most mature thing he'd ever done, but it seemed better to walk away than to get angry. He didn't consider his marriage to Krista a mistake. He considered it one of the best things that had ever happened to him, along with their daughter. Even if the family they'd ended up with hadn't been the one that he'd envisioned at all. He'd wanted his child's mom and dad to live together. Although his parents hadn't been the best, hadn't had much time to take care of their children because of his mom's illness, at least they'd been together. He'd had a great example of what true love could be, of what devotion, loyalty, and for better or worse, really looked like. His dad never considered leaving his mother, finding someone else. Funny, there hadn't been any sickness in his marriage, but he'd never considered finding anyone else either. There was only one woman for him. Only ever would be.
Daddy!
Arian called as she opened the door and saw him. A smile split her face as she ran down the steps with her arms out until she smashed into him. He caught her easily. Even though she was 11 and came up to his chest, she was whipcord thin and strong. At times, he'd wondered if maybe she wouldn't have a little more meat on her bones if someone besides his brothers and he did the cooking, and that's what had prompted him to hire the housekeeper 5 or so years ago. Still, Arian was thin, which was probably more to do with her being active on the farm, as well as in sports at school, rather than any nutritional lack. Or maybe she was just built like her mother. Most of the time when he thought about his daughter, he tried not to think about Krista. It just made everything too hard. He swung his daughter around, and as he came back facing the house, his eyes landed on Krista, standing in her bare feet in the open door. She wore those tight pants that women did, along with a loose sweater that hung off of one shoulder. Even without makeup and her hair hanging freely around her shoulders, she was gorgeous. Movie star material. It had never been her looks that had drawn him to her. He hardened his expression, trying to keep all of his emotions in. The longing he felt, the love, the way he wanted to go to her and ask if she was okay, if Cricket had survived, if she'd just let him stand beside her for a while, breathing her air. But all that was stupid, and he was a grown man.
Preston, this is Krista, my wife.
He added that last part, unsure exactly why he did. Maybe he wanted to remind her that they were still married. Maybe he wanted to push her a little. He didn't know. He wasn't usually like that.
Krista, this is Preston, one of my younger brothers.
The handsome and smart one, Preston said, taking the stairs 3 at a time and holding his hand out to Krista. I always thought my brother enjoyed looking at the hind end of a cow, but he has good taste in women, I'll give him that. He took Krista's hand, and rather than shaking it, he bent over and kissed her knuckles. Braxton rolled his eyes. The charmer. Of course, Preston had had his heart broken, badly, when his high school sweetheart had abruptly broken up with him and married her family's hired hand. Braxton had heard rumors that her parents had made her do it, if not exactly forced her into it, highly recommended it to her, on threat of being evicted from the family. But those were just rumors. Preston had been in a bad shape for a long time, since, apparently, he also had their dad's penchant for falling for one woman and never looking at anyone else. It had been almost a decade, and while Preston wasn't exactly what he used to be, he was as good as could be expected. Although, every once in a while, he ran into his old flame when they went into Fort Dodge, maybe twice in the last decade. Both times, it had been a little while before Preston had shaken it off and moved past it. The last time, she'd had 3 little kids in tow. Braxton had wanted to grab a hold of her and shake some sense into her, but what did he know? Maybe it was a love match, and Preston was pining over her for nothing. Regardless, Braxton laughed at Preston's gallantry over Krista's hand, knowing as he did that Preston's heart had been broken irreparably.
"Are you sure you're Braxton's brother?"
Krista said, charmed by Preston's show.
He is the insincere, brown-nosing brother,
Braxton said, unable to keep all of the irritation out of his voice. Not that he didn't like his brother, just that he didn't like Krista smiling at him when she would barely look at Braxton. He's the grumpy bear imitation who claims to be a brother, but we're still waiting on the DNA test. Preston's voice held good-natured humor and no irritation at all. Easygoing to a fault, the only thing he'd ever gotten stuck on had been his girl.
"Uncle Preston, you need to stop teasing Daddy. He's just been in jail. He needs to recover."
"Oh yeah, Muffin," Preston said, using Arian's nickname by which all of his brothers called her affectionately. "I've officially changed your father's name. It's Clyde." Her brows drew together, and Braxton steeled himself for the inevitable question.
"Why?"
"Well, since he's embarked on a life of crime, and since your mother has apparently spent some time behind bars." Preston had lifted an eyebrow before he said that last bit, and Braxton jerked his head, indicating that Arian knew about Krista's prison record. "We're calling them Bonnie and Clyde after the famous crime couple from our area," he said, indicating Iowa and the West. Braxton wasn't even sure where Bonnie and Clyde were from. Not New York. They had other criminals here.
"Oh, well, I'm still calling him Daddy." "How about we talk about this inside?"
Krista said, sounding cool and casual and not the slightest bit ruffled to see her estranged husband, fresh from jail, standing on her steps. It might as well have been a mansion in Beverly Hills as she graciously opened the door and indicated for them to come in. It wasn't even her house. It was his rental. He wasn't going to get upset about it or split hairs. He was happy that she was finally spending time with her daughter, even though she'd been out of prison for years. He wanted to jump her about that, but not now.
"There's nothing to talk about. It might be illegal to go into the river, but it's moral to rescue a dog. I'd do moral over illegal any day,"
Braxton said, trying not to sound like a pompous idiot, although it felt like he did. He didn't particularly want the moniker, Clyde, didn't particularly want his name linked with Bonnie and Krista. Even though they were married, they were separate. They weren't a pair. They weren't a couple. They weren't a team. It irritated him that people put them together, even though they were technically married and it made sense. Maybe it irritated him because he wanted them to be together, and they weren't. Regardless, he didn't do any soul-searching over it. He just knew he was irritated. The door closed behind him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He'd never been in jail before and didn't care to go back, as nice as the officers were. This wasn't home, but it was a nice house. Small when compared to the old farmhouse that he lived in with his brothers and Arian, but homey, containing all of those touches that a woman added to give a place ambiance and warmth. All the touches that his farmhouse was lacking. Arian was actually getting more interested in decorating, although her initial efforts had not extended past the kitchen. A few flowers in a vase, asking if she could put curtains up and perhaps paint. Although she hadn't gotten around to the painting since school had started shortly after she considered the changes. Still, despite the comfort of the home, he felt awkward standing in the foyer but unsure what to say to his brother or his wife. Finally, he decided he needed to quit being wishy-washy.
I'm not sure which bedrooms Krista and Arian took, but there should be one left for you, Preston.
There's only 3 bedrooms, Daddy.
He thought there were 4. Then he remembered that there was another room upstairs, but it had been a sitting room. It's fine. I'll take the couch, Preston said, looking around as though to figure out where the living room was. The house was open to the kitchen and also to the dining area and wouldn't provide much privacy.
No,
Braxton said decisively.
follow me. I'll show you to my room, and I'll sleep on the couch. You're leaving soon, and it won't be a big deal. It's the least I can do for you coming out to give me a hand.
I can't kick you out of your bedroom, Braxton. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. Follow me.
He'd been the eldest, and he'd also been a caretaker of his siblings, and his tone was the tone he used when he expected to be obeyed immediately with no arguments. It wasn't loud, it wasn't necessarily gruff, just firm.
I can move back to the hotel,
Krista said, stopping him with one foot on the step and one hand on the railing.
This is your time with Arian. You and she can do better here than at a hotel. You stay.
His commanding tone again. Probably more because he felt uncomfortable than anything. He didn't want her to leave. Although he did. At the same time. And couldn't wait for it. Couldn't wait to fly back to Iowa and get this whole thing behind him.
That settles it,
Krista said, striding over, her bare feet slapping on the floor.
I'll be leaving immediately.
We know I probably shouldn't be butting in where I don't belong, but I do want to say that Braxton has a tendency to be bossy and annoying, but he's also quite lovable, and he really doesn't mean to boss people around. He's probably just afraid that you or I would feel like we needed to go, and he wanted to make sure that didn't happen.
How about it, old chap?
Preston said, using a fake, and in Braxton's opinion, very bad English accent, as he slapped Braxton's shoulder, then slipped by on the stairs. Brax and I will get things figured out, and then, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm starving. If there's nothing to eat, I'll be finding us something. How about you and Arian hang out and chat or have tea or something until we get back down? Braxton was kind of annoyed when his command had spurred Krista to want to leave, whereas Preston's teasing and goofiness had soothed her ruffled feathers, and she was smiling by the time he suggested they go have tea or something.
Maybe Arian and I can find something to cook for us. We did some grocery shopping yesterday and came up with a few meal ideas, didn't we?
Krista said, looking at Arian. Arian's face was still guarded, but there was more affection in it than Braxton remembered seeing before the police had taken him away. Not that those memories were completely clear, but Arian didn't typically warm up to people super fast. She had the reserve of her mother. Not that he was outgoing or terribly friendly either. Preston started up the stairs, and Krista and Arian started toward the kitchen. Braxton stood with his foot on the step and prayed for strength. Strength to not throttle his brother. Or punch him in the nose. Strength to be a good example for his daughter. Strength not to fall in love with his wife again. Chapter 8. Man, you're married to her. Why don't you share a room with her? Preston said as he followed Braxton into the room and closed the door behind him. Braxton had done more for him and his brothers than he could ever repay him for. He could be in prison in Antarctica, and Braxton would find a way to him and do whatever it took to get him out. Preston had paid the bail money out of his own account, and Braxton hadn't figured that out yet. He'd be angry when he did. Because Braxton couldn't stand to be on the receiving end of people's kindnesses. He felt like he should always be the one giving, the one in charge, the one doing the sacrificing. The fact that Braxton had waded into the Niagara River, mere feet from the falls, didn't surprise Preston at all. Wouldn't surprise anyone in Prairie Rose. Braxton was just that kind of man. A true hero. Modest and quiet, and not the kind that went around tooting his own horn or demanding to get the way that would work best for him. Even if he did get bossy, it was for everyone else's good, and not his own.
"None of your business,"
Braxton said, but without heat. "I'm just saying, there are 3 bedrooms. If you and your wife," and he emphasized the word wife, since husbands and wives shared rooms, "shared a room, then I could actually sleep on a bed instead of the couch."
"You're going to sleep in a bed. Mine. You want the sheets washed, you better get them stripped and get them down to the washing machine."
"I'm not afraid to get your cooties. I'm sure I'm immune," Preston said before he went on. "You didn't answer my question, or my statement of obvious fact. Why doesn't the husband share a room with his wife so that the brother can have a bed of his own?" Braxton turned, and Preston kind of wished he'd kept his mouth shut, because he'd never seen that kind of pain on his brother's face before.
"You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up."
Braxton went over and grabbed some clothes.
"I'm gonna take a shower. Haven't had one for 3 days. I'll take a set of clothes with me, and then the room's yours."
"I'm not taking your room. I'm not sleeping in your bed."
"Then find a hotel, because I've got the couch."
He walked into the bathroom and shut the door. Preston had never won an argument with his brother. He didn't know why he thought he was going to all of a sudden start now. But there was more he could do. Setting his bag down by the bed and taking a quick glance over the things that Braxton had out, which included a photograph of Arian, he didn't even wait for the shower to turn on but hurried down the stairs. There was more than one way to skin this cat. "Hey, Arian, did you see it started snowing out?" he said as he walked into the kitchen. Sure enough, Arian jumped up and squealed. Sometimes she forgot she was a mature 11-year-old and reverted back to acting like a child. He loved those times best. Hated to think that the little girl who had been growing up in their home all these years was turning into a woman, and the child was disappearing. He was going to miss her. Although he loved the woman she was becoming, and was proud of his brother, and understood now that he'd seen Krista exactly where Arian had gotten her natural grace and decorum. Also her slenderness and her movie star looks.
"That stinks. It's the first snow of the season, and I didn't bring any snow clothes with me."
"You can use socks for gloves and put your dad's boots on. They'll be too big, but we'll tie them at the top and put a couple of extra pairs of socks on."
"But I don't have any snow pants."
"Layer your clothes. We've done that before." And they had, when she'd outgrown last year's snow pants, and they hadn't made it anywhere to get a pair of used ones.
"Will you sled with me?"
"I sure will. I saw a shed out back. If it's not locked, maybe there's a sled or something in it. And if not, we'll have to take a look at your dad's rental car and see if there's a way we can take the hood off."
"You're kidding, right?"
Krista said, standing up gracefully and putting her hands on her hips, as though she were going to stop him if he were going to take the hood off of Braxton's car. "Kinda. Depends on what we find in the shed." He lifted a hand and grinned at her. She smiled back and shook her head. She was cool and graceful, but not stuck up, and he liked it. She was perfect for Braxton, exactly what he needed. Just the right kind of person who would loosen him up enough and bring out his goofiness without allowing him to lose the commanding presence he had as the head of the family. Braxton had made a brilliant choice, and Preston wasn't exactly sure what had come between them, but he intended to get to the bottom of it, or at the very least, fix things.
"Don't worry, Mom,"
Arian said.
"Uncle Preston's always kidding. He would never do anything to hurt Dad. And even if Dad's wrong, Uncle Preston's going to defend him.
Arian bounced to the doorway.
Will you wait for me if I run up and change?
Sure will. Don't forget to grab the socks for your hands. If you need some, grab some out of my bag.
Okay, I might do that.
She ran out of the room. She called you Mom, Preston said as casually as he could to Krista, whose eyes had filled with tears.
I heard,
she said, her chest filling up, shakily, as she tried to get a hold of herself. She shook her head, her mouth opening and closing a couple of times before she said,
I'm sorry. I just wasn't sure how she was going to feel. Braxton could have said a lot of really unkind but true things about me.
He didn't. There wasn't anything more to say. Braxton would never talk bad about Krista. He doesn't really talk about you at all, although he loves you, always will. His head tilted a little as he tried to meet Krista's eyes. She looked at the ceiling, blinking.
I don't know why,
she finally said, her voice still trembling and emotional. Preston didn't have too much experience around women. His grandmother was really the only woman he'd been around since his mom died, not counting Poppet, his neighbor who was like a sister to his brothers and him. His mama had been sick for so long, and like a typical teen, to him she was just there. It didn't really enter his head that eventually she wouldn't be there, and he would miss her. Wish with all his heart he could go back and spend more time just sitting at her bedside talking to her. But as a teen, he'd been too busy. There was too much work to do on the farm, too many tractors to drive, too many friends to go see. And Carmen. There had always been Carmen. I don't know you very well, but you seem like a nice lady, and it's pretty obvious that you want to be a good mom. But I trust my brother's judgment, and I know you must be a woman of character if he fell for you.
I'm not. That's just it. I've made so many terrible mistakes.
Mistakes don't equal bad character, he said.
Maybe not, but bad decisions do.
We all make bad decisions. Having character doesn't mean you're perfect. It just means you have a goal, and you work toward it, knowing when you fall short, you'll keep trying. You wouldn't believe the number of people that don't care whether they have character and aren't trying to be a better person. It would blow your mind. She laughed a little at his hyperbole as he had intended.
You and Braxton are so different. It's hard to believe you're brothers.
Isn't that typical? The eldest is one thing, and the next one comes along and sees what the eldest is doing and decides he needs to forge his own path. She lifted a shoulder in an elegant shrug.
I wouldn't know. I didn't have siblings.
Only child? He said, surprised despite himself.
Not really. I was in a series of foster homes, so I guess I kind of was an only child, but I had siblings off and on. None that stuck.
I see. And it wasn't hard to see what Braxton might have seen in her. Someone else for him to take under his wings and protect, guard and love. He could see where the pull would be for his brother. But with Krista, he wasn't sure. His brother was pretty rough, a tough man, taciturn at times. He wasn't sure if Krista might have been swept away by the power of Braxton's feelings and maybe hadn't wanted to be. There's no question in my mind about how my brother feels about you, but I'm wondering about you and your feelings. He was not used to talking about feelings, but he would do it if it would help his brother. At his words, Krista's head jerked to him, and her eyes widened. And then she smiled a little, not quite coy, because her emotions hadn't quite gotten to that state, but she did lift a brow, almost jauntily.
I'm not sure what makes you think that I would tell you.
Because I love my brother. I want the best for him. I also want the best for the people that he loves, which would be you. If you want him, I'm here until tomorrow evening. I might be able to do a few things for you. If you don't, you'd maybe want to tell him, because he never stopped loving you. The eyes that had finally returned to normal now filled with tears again. Her lips pressed together and she shook her head, one arm hugging her stomach tight, the other hand on her chin, cradling her face.
No, I have a record. I'm a terrible person. I've hurt him badly. Even if he does love me, which I find hard to believe, he would never trust me again.
You cheated on him.
No.
I don't know if he'd forgive that. He's fiercely loyal, and for you to choose someone else over him would wound him deeply. Maybe he was exposing more of his brother than he should. But it was true. Braxton valued loyalty almost above anything else, and he was wildly loyal himself. He would expect it from his wife. Loyalty. To choose him first. If she hadn't, if she'd gone with someone else, he probably would never be able to forgive it. Or if he could forgive, he would never forget. Preston wasn't sure if their relationship could survive that. Although, Braxton had the kind of love that Jesus talked about, the kind that put others first always. It was the kind of love he loved his brothers with, the kind he loved his daughter with, and he was sure it was the kind he loved his wife with. On second thought, Preston was sure that even if Krista hadn't been loyal, or, God forbid, if she had cheated on Braxton, Braxton would forgive her. He loved her that much.
I know he wouldn't. He wouldn't forgive me. He wouldn't forget. And he can't. Not for cheating, and not for what I did to him either. Plus, don't forget, I've been in prison. I'm pretty much a pariah everywhere I go. I can't get any work.
She sighed, straightening and lifting her chin, like she wasn't going to cry on his shoulder. Is Braxton asking that you work somewhere? Preston asked.
No, just, how could I not? I need to earn my keep. I need to make my way in the world. I can't depend on a man to keep me.
I guess that's between you and him, Preston said, knowing that Braxton would prefer that. He would prefer having his wife in his home, not keeping him necessarily, but making a home. Raising a family together, working together, playing together, being together. Not the idea that Krista couldn't work, the idea that they'd work together to make their home. It was a beautiful picture of two becoming one and each having their own role. The role God intended, according to the Bible. Not that Preston was a scholar, but if it was there in black and white, it wasn't that hard to understand. For him to pick and choose what he wanted to believe out of the Bible constituted that he was wiser than God. Maybe some people could claim that kind of wisdom, but Preston was under no illusions about that for himself. I tell you what, you don't need to answer me, but Arian and I will spend some time outside, and maybe you and Braxton can have a little bit of time to talk. I know you want to spend some time with your daughter, even if you and Braxton don't work anything out, but I'll only be here through tomorrow, and then you can have her back. Deal?
Thanks. I actually do feel like you're on my side, even if I feel like it's a hopeless cause. Maybe you don't want to go down with that ship.
I always root for the underdog. He winked at her, then turned toward the doorway where Arian had appeared, socks pulled up her arms, holding her dad's boots in her hand, and having so many layers of clothing on, she walked stiffly.
How about this? Do you think I have enough on?
I think so. It's 20 degrees outside, so it's not that cold. You'll be fine. Sit down in that chair and I'll help you get your dad's boots on.
I have these,
she said, holding up 4 pairs of socks. Are you putting those on your feet or stuffing them into balls and putting them at the front of the boots? He asked. Her face fell.
I don't know. What do you think I should do?
I'd think I'd put them on your feet. I've tried stuffing things into the ends of boots before to make them fit me, but I've never been real successful. It's best just to tie them tight and let them flop a little. He'd done it with his dad's boots years ago. He could remember vividly having outgrown his previous year's boots, but Braxton hadn't, and he'd had nothing to wear, so his dad had given him his own boots. Funny the things a person recall that pull the strings of his heart and hurt just a little, because at the time, he hadn't recognized his dad's sacrifice, and now he only hoped he could be a dad like that. He wasn't even sure what his dad had worn to go out to the barn and do the chores in. His sneakers, probably. But for the first snowfall of the year, his dad had always given them chores off so they could play. He worked them pretty hard the rest of the time, but that first snowfall, there was something magical about it. And maybe his dad realized he probably wouldn't be getting any work out of his boys anyway, so he might as well let them get it out of their system. Getting to play first, in that first snowfall, made them work better later. Even though his dad had clearly taught, and Braxton had continued teaching, that a person did their work before they played. It was just a fact of life, one he'd never thought to question. There you go, he said, standing to his feet as he finished tying the second of Braxton's boots around feet that were probably 2 sizes bigger because of all the socks on them.
These are way too big,
Arian said. They're better than walking around in the snow in your socks.
That's true,
Arian said, nodding her head. I have to get my hat, and I'm ready.
Don't you have clothes to put on?
Krista said, coming over beside him. I've got a pair of boots, but after years of working in the cold and snow, it needs to get a lot colder than this before I hunt up my gloves. I didn't even bring them.
I'd offer you mine, but pink doesn't seem to be your color,
Krista said, and her smile was almost friendly. I see the Emmerson charm has been working on you, he said, teasing. He could definitely learn to love having Krista for a sister.
Oh, it did a number on me years ago,
she said, the smile slipping a little. Give it a chance. You might be pleasantly surprised, he said. Then at Arian's shout he called, Coming! He looked back over his shoulder. Don't forget what I said. Maybe she would remember that Braxton still loved her and always would. Maybe it wouldn't make a difference. Maybe she wouldn't be able to love him back. But Preston wanted nothing more than for his older brother to be happy. Since the only woman Preston would ever love was married to another man, and he would never have the opportunity that Braxton had now.
I will,
Krista said, lifting her chin before she turned and walked away. Chapter 9. Krista stood at the counter, eyes on her phone as she watched a YouTube video showing how to cook hamburgers. She was a strict vegetarian, but didn't have the deep conviction that meat was wrong, just knew it was easier for her to keep her weight down if she didn't eat it. In show business, weight was king. But when she and Arian had gone shopping, she'd made sure to buy hamburger because from living with Braxton before, she knew he wanted meat with every meal. Needed it, really. Wasn't hard to see the differences in their bodies and to know that his requirements for both calories and protein were different than hers. Still, when he lived with her, he'd done all the cooking. She'd been a working woman, sometimes being on the set for 12 or 14 hours a day. On days when she had off, they'd go out. Even after Arian was born, Braxton watched her during the day and always had supper ready for Krista when she came home. He'd never been feminine and never been henpecked. She almost laughed at the thought. But he'd always done whatever it took, whatever was necessary. Whatever needed to be done, he pitched in and did. A few times when she said something about it, he laughed and said it was his upbringing on the farm. When there was a job to do, people just did it. They didn't start whining about whether or not it was sexist, whether or not it was their job, whether or not they were to get paid for it. If work needed to be done, they did it. What a simple life. At the time, she kind of laughed about it, even as it appealed to her. No one she knew actually thought that being from the country was something to be proud of, or even something that gave people good ideas. Everyone knew in order to be cultured, you had to be from the city.
Where is everyone?
Braxton's voice startled her as the YouTube video ended. Schooling her features, she turned with a pleasant smile on her face. Maybe Preston was right. Maybe Braxton did still love her. That didn't necessarily mean they had a chance, but it should make anything she did less risky. Although she'd already come to the conclusion that Braxton was worth risking everything for. Of course, she didn't have nearly as much to lose now as she used to.
Preston took Arian outside. They're playing in the snow. I assume you're not going to mind that she's using your boots?
Arian? In my boots?
Braxton said, his eyes going to the window as he crossed the floor, padding softly in bare feet, his jeans slung low around his hips, his black t-shirt hugging the contours of his torso. The black material stretching around his biceps as he lifted an arm and parted the curtain. He laughed.
Looks like they're having fun, but I guess I'm not joining them since she really is wearing my boots.
Krista's eyes widened. Maybe that had been Preston's idea all along. He'd been the one to suggest wearing her dad's boots. She chuckled a little to herself, then reminded herself that she needed to be on her toes around these boys, Braxton's brothers, since they were obviously a lot more subtle and skilled in the ways of trickery than she was. Her idea of trapping her husband had been just going up to him and saying, "I want you back. Will you take me?" Preston had been strategizing and planning, using subtlety and circumstance. Maybe his way was better. Maybe Braxton, when confronted with the question, would recoil with a no. But maybe if she used her feminine wiles. With that thought in mind, she said, "Oh?" and shifted over to the window, leaning in front of him and looking out. She was close enough to smell his soap, fresh and clean and wholesome, the way Braxton was. No guile in him. Maybe she should feel guilty for using guile herself. But she pushed that thought aside and shifted, bumping her foot against his and pretending to lose her balance. "Oh," she said, throwing herself backward and hitting his chest. Maybe it was harder than she remembered, although she remembered it being quite hard. He caught her, easily, and her plan worked better than she thought it might as he held her in one arm, and their eyes, less than a foot apart, met and held. His were hooded, though, his face expressionless, his chest barely moving. Her heartbeat seemed to scatter in all directions, like a flock of birds taking off from a telephone wire, and she couldn't for the life of her think of anything else to do. What good were her feminine wiles if they deserted a person in their time of need? And then she remembered. He'd always loved her touch. whether she was rubbing his feet or moving her hand over his shoulders and back or running her fingers through his hair. He loved it light and soft. So she did that now, lifting her hand and running it up his chest and over his shoulder, lightly. And sure enough, his eyes flickered. Maybe her smile showed just a little of her triumph, and she wasn't the actress she thought herself to be, because his eyes narrowed and his look grew suspicious. He held that look for just a second before his arm moved and he straightened her, making sure she had her balance before he pulled away and stepped back.
"Why am I getting the impression you did that on purpose?"
he asked roughly, like she'd hurt him.
I don't know what you're talking about,
she said, pleased that her voice sounded so cool.
Isn't a girl allowed to trip?
"I suppose so, except when your foot hit mine, you were going forward, but you fell backward. And then, if I didn't know better, I'd almost say you were trying to seduce me."
She laughed, but it sounded nervous even to her own ears. Maybe she could act on the screen, but she could never hide anything from Braxton. He'd always seen the real her. Most of the time, that made her feel good, cherished, and loved, like he knew her better than anyone and loved what he saw. Right now, she wished he didn't.
"So, I'm right,"
he said flatly, turning away and walking to the other side of the kitchen. He stood in front of the refrigerator for a full 3 seconds before he said a word low under his breath, roughly yanked the door open, and grabbed the pitcher of water that she had put in earlier. He didn't say anything, setting the pitcher down on the counter so hard water spilled out the edge before he yanked the cupboard door open, grabbing a cup and filling it up. He set the cup on the counter with a clank without ever taking a drink. Standing there with hands on either side of it and staring at the mess, he said,
"Are you having money troubles?"
She closed her eyes and blew out a breath, trying to hold back tears for the 3rd time in the last hour.
I'm fine. I auditioned for a script 2 months ago, and I should be getting word about it any day. At the audition, they said they loved me and I was a top contender. It's a huge role, and if I get it, it will shoot me back up past where I was before I went to prison. I have plenty to tide me over until then.
"How much is plenty?"
None of your business.
"It is whenever you fall into my arms and try to seduce me, and the only thing I can come up with is it's because you need me to support you until you have something else better to come along."
That's not true.
"I thought you never lied to me."
I haven't.
"Then tell me that you didn't really trip."
Righteous anger blew out and faded, leaving her slumped. She turned toward the counter. She'd wanted to have food for him, be able to serve him something that would take his mind off his jail time and the horror and stress of what he must have been through the last several days. A man as upright as Braxton being carted away like a criminal, it had to have hurt his pride.
Are you okay?
She asked, looking over her shoulder at him, truly concerned. She hadn't even thought to ask when he first arrived how things had gone at the hospital.
"I'm here, still kicking. Are you hoping I'd put you in my will?"
Maybe he felt like he needed to hurt her the way she'd hurt him. Maybe he truly didn't love her. Maybe Preston was all wrong. Maybe Preston had some kind of ulterior motive. She didn't know what to believe anymore. So she stuck with the truth.
No, I hadn't considered your will at all. I just realized that you'd gone to the hospital, and as hard as it is for me to think of you as anything but strong and healthy, you could have died over what you did.
He looked back outside, Katydid's yaps and the giggles of Arian and the laughter of Preston traveling easily through the window, muffled but clear.
"Cricket has always meant so much to us. Couldn't stand to see her go."
Did you know it was me?
She asked, not correcting him about the dog.
"As soon as I saw you, I suspected. I guess I guess it's the way it's always been. All I have to do is see you.
He didn't elaborate any more, and she didn't want to ask to get him to say what she most wanted to hear. She turned, pointing to her phone and the hamburger on the counter. I wanted to make you hamburgers, but I don't know how. I was watching a YouTube video, but that's as far as I'd gotten.
Are you asking me to do it for you?
He said, a bit of humor in his voice, although his look was still guarded. She wished it would go away, and the only thing she knew to make it do so was the truth. You're right. I fell on purpose, but it's not for the reason that you think.
Really? You're just so overcome with love for me that you had to come over here and fall into my arms because you're too afraid to tell me?
He snorted.
Krista, you are many things, but shy is not one of them.
Scared is, though.
Of me?
He scoffed. Tell me you don't get that reaction from people all the time.
Never from you.
A lot of things have happened since we first met.
That's an understatement.
Maybe it's made me think that you might not hold me in the highest esteem.
Really?
He said, the sarcasm in his voice unmistakable. You don't have to be sarcastic. I was being honest.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Her teeth gritted together. Now he was making her angry. Maybe on purpose. She always was more volatile than he. She'd get angry and he would laugh, which made her angrier. Then her face softened in a smile. He was very good at making up. The best.
Now, that's a real look,
he said softly.
What are you thinking about?
She brought her thoughts back to the present and looked him in the eye. I fell into you because I thought you wouldn't believe me if I said I wanted to make up. His face hardened again.
It didn't have anything to do with money?
No. You know I've always been very determined to stand on my own 2 feet. I wouldn't ask you for anything. If I would, when I got out of prison, I would have gone straight to your doorstep.
If you needed something, you know you could have. You know all you had to do was show up, and I would protect you and take care of you the best I could.
I know, she said, her chin lifting. But I can do it on my own.
But when we got married, 2 became 1, and you weren't supposed to have to do things on your own anymore. Why is that such a hard concept for you to get? It was the thing that split them. She hadn't wanted anyone to know about their marriage because of her playing in the Single in the City series. She couldn't be married and be on a Single in the City reality show. But once she'd gotten nabbed for tax evasion, she didn't want to drag him down too, and she'd insisted he go. He'd left reluctantly, with her convincing him that she and Arian were better off without him. She said some extremely unkind things to get him to go, and looking back, she couldn't believe he left her alone as long as he had. She'd hurt his pride for sure. I don't know, she said eventually. His look softened, even if just a little, because he knew her background. How she bounced from home to home, that standing on her own was important to her because she couldn't depend on anyone for anything, and she needed to know that she could support herself, that she was capable and strong and didn't need anyone. They stood there staring at each other, so much going on between them, so much baggage, so much hurt, so many things that weren't true, until finally he huffed, and a little smile curved up his lips. Bonnie and Clyde, maybe that fits.
Really? You're going to make fun of me because of my prison record?
You're talking to the man who just spent last night in jail. I guess I can, since you can give it right back to me.
All right, Clyde. Do you know how to make hamburgers? She asked, even though she knew he did.
I think I might remember how, and if not, we can head on down to the local convenience store.
Why, so we can rob it?
He huffed out a laugh.
I think I might have created a monster.
I'd tell you to be worried, except my shooting skills are non-existent. I'm pretty sure I know which end of the gun the bullet comes out of, but I'm not sure about anything else.
You stick with me, Bonnie. I'll learn you,
he said, finally taking a long drink of his water before coming over to the sink and washing his hands.
The first thing you need to do if you want to make hamburgers is to shape the hamburger into hamburger patties.
They skipped that step in the video,
she said, pretending to sound baffled.
I wouldn't believe anything I read on the internet.
I was watching it. That makes it true.
Actors, we can't believe a word they say.
She didn't think that he meant that. It was still said in the teasing tone that he'd been using, and she decided she wasn't going to take offense.
Farmers, all they think about is meat.
That's not true. Sometimes I think about tractors.
She laughed.
My bad.
That's okay. I'll let it go this once. You don't want to make your patties too thick because it will take forever to cook, and they'll be too high for your bun, plus too small. When you do that, you'll have to put 2 patties in a bun, and that makes it awkward to eat.
Wow, so much more commentary than I was expecting,
she said, pretending to be absorbed in watching his hands work. Actually, she wasn't pretending. His fingers were dexterous, strong, brown with small white scars on most of them. No one she knew had hands like him, no one she worked with. She knew she could depend on him, that he would take care of her as best he could, and it would be good. There wasn't anything Braxton couldn't do. She loved that she'd always been able to lean on him when she needed strength and didn't have enough of her own. Despite the fact that made her feel weak and scared, because she didn't like depending on someone else. Still, being with Braxton had always felt right, and this was no different. Maybe she should just enjoy the moment. Chapter 10.
Bailing people out of jail sure gives a man an appetite,
Preston said, lifting his burger to his face and taking a big bite.
Probably has nothing to do with the fact that you were outside playing in the snow all afternoon, would it?
Braxton said, giving his brother an exasperated look. He hadn't been thrilled to learn that Preston had paid the bail with his own money. He did, however, intend to pay that money back. Annoying brother. He loved the guy, but sometimes he was a little bit dramatic. Preston and Krista were similar in that way, and they seemed to get along well, bantering as Preston came in with Arian and making Braxton wonder if the two of them had hit it off earlier somehow. Not that he would be jealous. He knew for a fact Preston would never fall for Krista. He wasn't as confident with Krista.
No, you don't know since you've never done it, but having a brother with a jail record stinks,
Preston said, his mouth full.
Uncle Preston, you know Grandma would yell at you if she were here for talking with your mouth full,
Arian said, giving Preston a look that mimicked their grandmother almost perfectly. Braxton grinned and resisted the temptation to stick his tongue out at his brother. If he did that, Arian would be yelling at him. "You're right," Preston said to Arian. "Grandma would be pretty upset with me." He looked over at Krista. "I'm sorry for talking with my mouth full. Please excuse me."
He was raised in a barn,
Braxton said. "Same place as you," Preston smirked. "In fact, I was raised by you, for the most part."
I see where your atrocious table manners originated,
Krista said, giving Preston a small smile, which became a full-on grin when she turned her eyes on Braxton. His heart caught in his throat, and he was glad he wasn't trying to swallow anything. Her smile could always do that to him. Probably the reason he could never keep from trying to make her smile. They finished their meal in easy conversation, and everyone pitched in to help clean up. They settled in to play a game of Chinese checkers. As they set it up, Preston glanced out the window. "I'm glad the snow stopped. I was starting to be concerned that my flight would be delayed."
They're used to a lot of snow up here, so they've got all the equipment to keep the airport running as well as can be expected. Although, I do believe I heard something about a winter storm warning later this week.
My flight leaves tomorrow, so as long as we're good through then, it's not a big deal. Nothing more was said, but Braxton checked the weather report after Arian beat everyone at Chinese checkers. Sure enough, starting tomorrow night at midnight, a winter storm was supposed to be moving in and spinning over them for 2 days. Forecasts of up to 2 feet of snow were projected.
I suppose it's too late to go and try to purchase some actual winter clothes for you,
he said to Arian as they packed up the Chinese checkers and got ready to go upstairs for bed.
What I wore today worked out just fine, and we stuck it in the dryer so it'll be ready for tomorrow.
Except I can hardly go out with you if I don't have boots to wear.
She could wear mine. They're not as warm as yours, but they would work.
Krista held the pouch open for Arian to pour a handful of marbles in.
She's here to see you. I guess you could wear mine if she wears yours, or she could just keep wearing mine.
I bet she would fit into my size almost exactly,
Krista said slowly, looking thoughtfully at Arian's feet.
What size do you wear?
She nodded as Arian said her size.
Just a size smaller than me. Mine will work perfectly.
We'll see what tomorrow brings. Maybe when I take Preston to the airport, I can swing by a store and see if they're not sold out, although that has a tendency to happen at the first snowstorm.
I remember.
Their eyes caught and held, both of them thinking about the year that Arian had been 3 or thereabouts. They'd ended up taking her outside in layered clothes and wearing sneakers because she wanted to be in the snow so bad. But they'd stopped at 4 different stores and everyone was sold out of snowsuits in her size. Funny how he hadn't thought of that memory in years. He moved his eyes away, shaking his head, looking around at anything other than the woman in front of him. Preston had disappeared up the stairs. Arian gave Braxton a hug.
Thanks for bringing me, Daddy, and I'm glad you're out of jail.
You're welcome, and it's not every day a man gets to hear his daughter say words like that, hon. Thanks.
Arian laughed and then pulled away, looking at Krista.
Good night, Mom. Thanks for being willing to see me a little bit.
I want to. I never want to be separated from you for so long again, she said, and her heart was in her eyes. Braxton felt sorry for Krista as Arian just nodded and then walked up the stairs. Krista watched her go, her sigh seeming to come from the depths of her soul. It was so heartfelt and almost tragic that Braxton had moved before he even thought about it. Walking forward and putting an arm around her shoulder, pulling her into his chest, he was surprised when she almost melted against him, leaning her head on his shoulder and bringing her other arm and putting it around his waist.
I was afraid she was going to hate me.
She won't. She doesn't. She asked about you often, and I always told her that you loved her, although it wasn't until recently that she knew you'd left her because you had to go to prison.
Wasn't she upset with you for leaving her?
She's never said. I guess I don't ask. She knows I regret it, though. And I told her over and over that I'll fight for her the next time, if there is one.
There was an edge in his voice, and he didn't try to modulate it. Just in case Krista thought that she was going to be taking their daughter away from him, he was letting her know that it wasn't going to happen without a fight on his part.
Looking back, I can't believe I convinced you to go.
I had a hard time believing it, too. I was young and stupid, and would do anything for you. When you said you thought it was going to be too much for her to be flown across the country intermittently, and that she would be confused and upset, and she was too young, I had to agree. But we should have worked something else out. I should never have just walked away. My biggest regret. One of the biggest. He ended, thinking that walking away from both of them was a huge regret. He had bowed to her career, afraid of the attention Krista would get as she was sentenced to prison, and that people would figure out that rather than just being a bodyguard, he was also her husband and the father of her baby.
Can we work something out?
She asked softly. Her hand, rather than dropping from his waist, tightened. It made him feel like her words weren't asking to work things out with Arian, but to work something out between the two of them. He wanted to say yes with all his heart, but he didn't want to misunderstand, and he didn't want to be driven away. I swore when I went back to the farm in Iowa, I wasn't leaving again. Anything we work out will involve having Arian with me in Iowa.
Anger made his words harsher than they needed to be. She tensed under his arm.
That wasn't what he wanted. But at the same time, he was going to fight for his daughter, like he should have done the last time. He had been too willing, too under her spell, wanting to please her too much, doing everything she had asked, and he wasn't going to go there again.
Of course.
She whispered the words, but they eased the irritation in his chest. She could have lied to him earlier today about falling into his arms on accident, and she hadn't. She'd been honest. He wasn't sure he'd have been able to trust her again if she had. I'm sorry. I just don't want to repeat the mistakes I've already made. Arian needs to know she's wanted.
By both of us.
Of course. Although I was walking a fine line because you'd asked me not to tell her about you going to prison when I picked her up. So when she asked me where her mommy was and why you didn't want her anymore, the answers were hard.
You must have done a good job because she doesn't hate me.
I always tried to emphasize that you wanted her, and you'd be here if you could. Although after he'd heard that she'd gotten out of prison and didn't come, it had been harder to emphasize that. I want to ask you something, he said, and unconsciously, his hand tensed on her arm. She shifted her head but didn't lift it.
What?
Why did you take this long to ask to see her? You've been out of prison for 3 years.
I couldn't travel on my parole under the conditions of my release. I had special permission to go to Toronto since they knew that's where I worked. But beyond that, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere.
Not even to see your daughter? Chapter 11.
I might have been able to finagle permission for a visit, but...
Krista trailed off. Braxton waited. He found sometimes if he waited long enough, people said the things they were inclined to originally. Sure enough, she said,
I was ashamed. Even though I didn't do anything wrong, I hated going like I was some kind of criminal who had to get permission just to see my daughter. Plus, I wasn't sure she'd even want to see me. You either.
Her voice dropped on the last sentence, and it made his chest hurt. Why wouldn't I want to see you? He asked, knowing he'd longed to see her ever since he'd heard that she'd been released. Longed for her to come and say that she'd do whatever it took to work things out. That her career wasn't more important than their relationship.
Because I said some pretty harsh things to get you to go.
She didn't rehash any of the things she'd said, but he could hear her now saying she didn't need him, didn't want him, and that Arian and her were better off without him. that him staying around was going to hurt her career and could possibly ruin it. That she was making enough money to provide for Arian, and he was jeopardizing everything.
Did you know at the time that you were under investigation?
I had hoped you'd figure that out, she said, relief in her tone.
Was that why you said what you did?
All the pieces of the puzzle fit now. Funny how he hadn't put them together before this. But maybe his heart and the pain in it had overshadowed everything. It is. I was desperate. I didn't want to drag you down, but I also didn't want to be embarrassed in front of you. I honestly didn't think a conviction would lead to jail time, but I knew that our names would be all through the papers and reporters would be all over me. Not just talking about my successful show, but digging into my past, trying to see what dirt they could find. It was just a matter of time until they found our marriage records or someone came forward.
It's a miracle it didn't happen anyway.
It was smart on our part to go to a small chapel in North Dakota. Not only did North Dakota not have a waiting period, but the town was small, and the people were closed-lipped.
Maybe someday we ought to go back and thank those people. You remember the name of the town?
How could I forget? We found it on the map and thought it was fun, remember?
Wits End,
he said. The name made him smile all these years later. Maybe it's not the most dramatic name, but it was fun, she said.
And it's a good memory,
he agreed. Her scent, reminding him of summer cherries and sweet cream mixed with love and laughter, drifted up to his nose, and he closed his eyes.
I wish I hadn't left,
he said, not meaning to, but it was the truth. There's a lot of things I wish I could do differently, but yeah, demanding that you leave is one of the worst.
Did the person who actually swindled your money ever get caught?
No, and she probably never will. Her shoulder lifted and she turned slightly so that she was facing him as she lifted her head. I'm honestly okay with it. Having a punishment here on earth is important, but we all face the judgment seat of Christ with our works before us. I know that whatever she has coming to her, she'll get, because God says so.
I admire that. I'm not sure I could let it go.
Well, I haven't quite gotten to the point where I don't want God to rain fire and brimstone on her, and I definitely don't ever want to work with her again, but that's more self-preservation than actually wanting to get even.
I don't think even God expects that kind of sacrifice. When someone double-crosses you, forgiveness is important, but just because you forgive doesn't mean you have to go back and allow them to double-cross you again.
Yes, that's exactly the conclusion I've come to. Still, I don't think anyone is even working on the case anymore. It was pretty cut and dried that it was me. You're the only person who ever truly believed in my innocence.
I still do,
he said, meaning it. Because Krista didn't have the money. He knew it. I forgot how good it feels to have someone beside you who believes in you.
Yeah,
he said, not wanting to say any more, because as good as it felt to have someone beside him believing in him, it felt terrible to have someone beside him telling him he was in her way and needed to leave. I'm sorry. Sorry for everything. But most of all, I'm sorry for hurting you, and for depriving you of those years with Arian. He didn't say anything for a bit, because he knew he had to forgive her. It was a requirement, according to Scripture, and he couldn't expect the Lord to forgive him if he couldn't forgive. Plus, he wanted to. But her words had brought back all the pain, all the guilt. All the times he wondered how he'd allowed her to convince him to leave, not just her, but his daughter as well. And then all the times that he knew he should go back, beg for visits if necessary, beg for whatever he could get, and fight for it if necessary, and he never had. He'd just walked away, shut off that part of his heart, knowing that while the sacrifice for him was huge, what he was doing was benefiting Krista and her career, and she had insisted that Arian was fine without him.
When I called you, you didn't hold anything against me, but you came immediately and got Arian,
Krista said, bringing out for the first time the short visit they'd had just before she'd been sentenced to prison. She hadn't been sure what her sentence would be, but she'd called him to come for Arian just in case she was taken out of the courtroom in handcuffs. Good thing, because that's exactly what happened.
Of course. She was my daughter. I loved her. When I left, I thought I was doing the best thing for both of you.
My fault.
Not entirely. I guess I'd allowed living in the city to convince me that someone from a farm in Iowa might not have the resources and the culture necessary to raise a child. I knew better, but...
But you listened to me, and you did what I asked, even though what I asked was selfish and wrong.
She had lifted her head enough and leaned back so that he was able to look down and meet her eyes.
I guess we both were.
She nodded.
Stupid. Although I feel like I was the more stupid of the two of us.
No, I'm the one who left.
I suppose that's a good thing to argue about. Which one of us is the dumber of the two?
Are we really looking for things to argue about?
He asked, with a little bit of irony in his voice.
I guess not. I suppose the smarter thing to do would be to look for some common ground.
Did they have any common ground beyond Arian? Maybe. Through the whole conversation, she hadn't said a word about wishing she had gone to Iowa or wanting to go. He supposed it was most likely that she hadn't changed her mind about that at all. There was no way he was moving back to the city. Not only did his brothers need him on the farm, but that was where he belonged. It was where he was happy. It was where he wanted to raise Arian. But he didn't say any of that, and they stood there for just a bit more before she slowly pulled away.
I guess I better head to bed.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have said something more. Good night. See you in the morning. Thanks for coming and spending time with Arian. But he'd said enough for one day, and he felt more like maybe there was not a whole lot left to say if they were going to be living more than 1,000 miles apart. Even if she was out of prison, it didn't matter if she was in Toronto and he was in Prairie Rose. She didn't move right away, almost as though she was expecting him to say something else, but his mouth remained closed, and his brain unwilling to work on saying more. Silently, she turned and went up the stairs. Chapter 12.
Are you guys gonna be okay?
Preston asked as Braxton shut the door behind him, Preston carrying his things to Braxton's car. He'd had to return his rental the day Braxton had gotten out of jail. The snow they'd gotten yesterday still lay on the ground, but all the roads were plowed, and Braxton had found a shovel in the shed and cleared off the driveway. It hadn't been much or hard, and there wasn't wind like there was in Iowa, so what he shoveled stayed where it belonged.
Sure, why not?
I don't know. Things just seemed a little quiet and stilted this morning. Preston narrowed his eyes and looked over at Braxton as they walked down the steps together. You did sleep on the couch last night, didn't you? Braxton didn't feel much like smiling, but he allowed one side of his lip to lift.
Thought you were the one that told me I shouldn't.
That's only if you guys can get along for a whole night. If this whole silent treatment thing is the way you treated her, no wonder she went to prison to get away from you.
I'm the one that went to jail to get away from her, remember?
I do remember you went to jail, but maybe I just wasn't clear on the reasons.
I sure hope your plane isn't delayed. Actually, once I get you to the airport, I don't have to listen to you anymore.
Oh, you'll be home, bro. So enjoy your break from me. Actually, Preston stopped, his hand on the latch as he spoke over the car. You need to bring her to Iowa. I'm pretty sure if you bring her to Iowa, she'll fall in love.
Maybe I'm not interested in having her fall in love with me,
Braxton said, just being contrary, because deep in his heart, that's exactly what he wanted. It was a little discouraging to know that he was not enough. With Iowa, you idiot, Preston said, rolling his eyes and pulling his door open. She'd fall in love with Prairie Rose. The small town, your brothers, the family around. Women love that kind of stuff.
Some women, not Krista. She'd feel stifled in a small town. There wouldn't be anything for her to do.
He didn't add that she couldn't cook, and he knew from experience that her cleaning skills were lacking. There weren't even any small theaters in Prairie Rose. A person had to go to Fort Dodge in order to get any of that stuff. Yeah, not a chance. Bring her. At least you'll bring her for Christmas? Braxton opened the door and got in, not answering, because he didn't know what to say. He supposed he could ask. He told her he'd meet with her here in Niagara City because he didn't want to spend Christmas away from Iowa. She could have said then that they could spend 2 weeks here and 2 weeks there, but she hadn't offered any such compromise. He could only assume she didn't want it. Like he was on board to change the subject of the conversation, Preston said, I did see on the weather that there's a storm coming, like you said, starting tonight.
It's winter. Storms are expected,
Braxton said casually. He wasn't afraid of snow, wasn't afraid of storms. Although maybe he would pick up a few groceries from the store on his way back, though. Krista wasn't much of a chef, and when he had looked in the refrigerator, there were a lot of salad fixings. They talked about the weather and about Christmas on the farm, with Preston promising they would wait to do any decorating until Arian got back. Not that any of the brothers were chomping at the bit to decorate the house. Still, they all enjoyed a tree and a few little things thrown up to make it look like Christmas, not just another day of the week. Arian would be pleased that she wasn't missing out. They reached the airport drop-off, and Braxton drove around the half circle, stopping at the top and putting the car in park. He hated goodbyes, hated saying them, hated even thinking about them. Maybe it was the idea that he never knew when someone left if he'd ever see them again. Not that he thought that, just he was never good at them. So he said,
Take it easy, bro.
Hey, Preston said, one hand on the latch, his eyes looking straight out through the windshield. None of his brothers were good at goodbyes either.
Yeah?
He said, fixing his eyes on the windshield as well. I'd never said, but jumping in the water, saving that dog, that took guts. Not that it surprises me that you did it, because that's just the way you are. But I just wanted to tell you, that was awesome. I was proud of you. Braxton fought the urge to laugh, probably a manifestation of his uncomfortableness with any type of emotion regarding his brothers. But it also was funny that him doing something stupid, like wading into the Niagara River at the top of Niagara Falls, would be something that would make his brother proud. But he understood the idea. It was heroic, even if it was stupid, and people admired bravery. They admired sacrifice. They admired things that weren't easy and were uncommon. All things that he had done. But it was a little hard for him to accept that praise. Even the emotion there was uncomfortable. So he said,
I think if I would have had a little bit of time to think about it, I wouldn't have done it. It was a knee-jerk reaction.
a knee-jerk reaction based on the character that you have and have developed over your adult life. People without character don't have knee-jerk reactions that require character. Preston yanked the latch and pushed the door open. But I'm fine with that. Think about it next time. Then I won't have to bail your sorry butt out of jail. And I definitely don't want to be planning your funeral. Take care. He jerked his head and got out, opening the back door and grabbing his bag before striding off into the airport without a backward glance. Because Preston couldn't see, Braxton watched him go. Man, he loved his brothers. He faced forward and put the car in drive before Preston disappeared into the airport. Some people were happy trotting all over the countryside, settling in different places. But his home and family always pulled at him, and even now, watching his brother walk away tugged at something in his heart, made him wish he were walking away as well, away from New York, away from waterfalls and danger and dogs and wives who made him feel like he lacked, who cut his heart and made his insides feel sharp and painful. Back to home, back to comfort, back to the farm he loved in the land that spoke to his soul. Chapter 13. The snow was falling. They'd gotten 6 inches since it started, earlier than reports had indicated, at 6 o'clock that evening. Krista wasn't really paying attention because her attention was focused on the Chinese checkers game in front of her. There were 6 different colors of marbles, and each of them were doing 2.
You know, if you got your marbles out of my home spot, I'd have this game won,
Braxton said to her casually, since his green were going into her red.
How and when I move my marbles is part of the game, and if you don't like it, that's just too bad,
she said, knowing he was right. You couldn't win at Chinese checkers if you left 3 marbles at your home spot, while you got the other 7 marbles across the board. She knew that, and yet her attention had been focused on the whites that she was doing, and they were almost done. She needed to do both colors at one time.
Oh, wow! Look at this jump!
Arian exclaimed as she took a yellow marble and proceeded to jump from her starting spot clear across the board, ending up at the very tip of the triangle in the yellow's home spot.
That was a good one. Find one like that for me,
Braxton said, lifting a brow and giving his daughter a grin. She grinned back. Her cheeks were still flushed from the playing that they'd done outside. When Braxton had come back from the airport, he had snow pants in Arian's size, as well as boots and gloves and a hat. He'd even bought women's snow pants, though Krista hadn't gone out. She'd been busy making plans for the food he'd bought. She'd do it some other time. Or maybe not. She hadn't been out playing in the snow in decades. And just watching Braxton play with Arian out the window, she knew she wouldn't be nearly as fun. That was one of the things about being with a really great man. It was hard to compare or compete.
Your turn,
Arian said, waking her out of her thoughts. She looked at the board, knowing that there was no point in moving those last 3 marbles, since she was going to lose that color anyway. So she just left them there. Strategy, or maybe just to irritate Braxton. Although she didn't think of herself as a type of person who usually got a big kick out of irritating people. Still, he was winning and was going to beat her with both of his colors, so maybe it was a sacrifice to help Arian win with at least one of hers. He smirked at her as she deliberately didn't move those marbles again, and having no great jumps for any of the other marbles, moved forward 1 space.
Shoot your nose to spite your face,
he mumbled.
If you can't stand the irritation, maybe you shouldn't play,
she said in return, lifting her brow at him, keeping her voice pitched low. If Arian heard, she didn't say anything, and Krista felt like she and Braxton were having their own little conversation. Like last night, She'd wanted to say more, wanted to talk to him about their future, about how they could work things out.
How much snow are we supposed to get?
Arian asked, looking out the window after she moved her last marble.
The weather on my phone said 2 feet,
Krista said. Braxton nodded.
Mine too, although our report on the local weather station said possibly up to 3 in select areas.
That's a lot of snow,
Krista said, a little curl of unease threading through her. Not that she thought that the snow was going to hurt anything exactly. She just felt uncomfortable.
After we're done here, we probably ought to go out and shovel the driveway. If we keep it shoveled off, it's a lot easier to do than try to push 3 feet of snow at one time.
I agree with that,
Krista said, biting her lip.
Do you think we should shovel the roof?
I'll check it out. Probably should if we're getting 3 feet.
Braxton sounded matter-of-fact and not the slightest bit concerned. If the roof needed to be shoveled, he'd do it. He wasn't going to sit around and think about it or worry about how it was going to get done. He'd just figure out a way and carry on. It was part of what she loved about him. Part of what had attracted her to him in the first place. They finished the game, with Krista finishing last with both of her colors and taking some good-natured ribbing from both Braxton and Arian over it.
We'll have to play again tomorrow, and this time, I'm definitely going to win,
she said, holding the bag open while Arian and Braxton put handfuls of marbles back in. Braxton and Arian glanced at each other and grinned, like the idea was pretty funny that she might actually beat them. She had to admit it had been a long time since she'd played games, and they were both obviously much more practiced than she was. Not that she could use that as an excuse. She didn't really believe in excuses.
I'm going to head out to shovel,
Braxton said, looking at Arian.
You coming?
Yep,
she said, jumping up from the table.
Is there another shovel?
Preston said there wasn't, but he might have just said that so he didn't have to shovel with me. Why don't you go to the shed and check?
You coming, Mom?
Arian said, looking over at Krista, who was having trouble keeping a straight face. Just the idea that her daughter would want her to go out with her made her decide that on the spot.
Yes, I am. After all, your dad was kind enough to get me snow pants. I better use them, right? Yep,
Arian said.
Although you don't need snow pants if you're just going to shovel. Well, once the shoveling's done, then we better do something that I need my snow pants for.
Arian's smile grew large, and while Braxton wasn't exactly smiling, his eyes held something, some kind of sparkle, when he looked at her. Maybe the old Krista might not have gone outside. Maybe she would have been content to watch at the window. Maybe she would have been working on lines or talking to her agent about auditions, or trying to make contacts that would help her land that starring role that would make her career take off. Arian found not just one shovel but 2 in the shed, which prompted Braxton to mumble something about Preston and talking to him whenever they got back to Iowa. Krista just laughed. Brothers. Not that she had any, but from the small amount of time she'd spent with Preston, it was not only completely obvious that Preston adored Braxton, but it was also obvious that they had fun together, even if that included pretending not to see shovels that were right in front of his face, so his brother had to do all the work shoveling the driveway. Arian and Krista worked on the driveway while Braxton went to the roof, saying that even if they didn't get 3 feet of snow, it wouldn't hurt to shovel it now because the same idea applied. It would be easier to shovel 6 inches at a time than it would be to try to tackle several feet of snow on the roof. Not to mention the roof might buckle before that with that kind of weight on it. Krista didn't want to watch because the roof was angled, like almost every roof, and she wasn't sure how badly she wanted to be driving Braxton to the emergency room in the snow. She wasn't entirely sure she wanted to trust an ambulance either.
Be careful,
she couldn't keep from saying as he climbed up on the porch railing, set a foot on a tree branch that was close, and hefted himself up to the porch roof. I'm always careful.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking when I was watching you stand in the Niagara River with nothing but open sky and a roaring falls below. He's always careful. Yep, that's exactly what I thought.
She rolled her eyes. He laughed. You gonna hand my shovel up, or do I have to kick the snow off? She hefted up the shovel that she had in her hand, letting the metal slip through her glove and pushing up on the end. Thanks. He grinned at her before he walked through the snow.
Daddy's brave,
Arian said, love in her eyes as she looked at her dad.
He sure is,
Krista said.
Is that why you fell in love with him?
Arian asked, like they were talking about the weather. She supposed it was natural for an 11-year-old girl to want to play in the snow one second and talk about love the next. She also supposed it was natural for a child to want to know how her parents met and fell in love. Yeah, is that why you fell in love with me? Braxton said from right above them.
Aren't you busy falling off the roof or something?
Krista said, looking over her shoulder at him and lifting her nose like he was interrupting their private conversation. I thought I was busy not falling off the roof, which I'm doing, in case you haven't noticed.
I've noticed. I guess I'll probably really notice if you stop. So, carry on.
Thanks for permission. I think I'll do that. He started to walk, then he stopped. Arian?
Yeah, Dad?
Don't let your mother tell you any stories about me. If you want the true story of how we met, I'll have to tell you later this evening once we're dried off and sitting around the fire, okay?
Wait,
Krista said, sticking her shovel in the ground and putting her hands on her hips, staring up at her husband on the roof.
You've had years to tell her. I can't help it if you didn't.
Maybe I was waiting for you so we could tell her together, Braxton said quite reasonably.
And maybe you missed your opportunity.
Arian, for the truth, talk to me.
You make it sound like I'm going to feed her some story about your car breaking down and me fixing it for you because you couldn't, and how you couldn't believe how beautiful and intelligent I was, and you were smitten from the very beginning.
Braxton didn't say anything, just stared at her.
Is that what happened, Mom?
Arian said.
Pretty much,
Krista said while Braxton snorted. I think right there is the case in point as to why we need to wait and tell her together. Because while that has elements of truth, it's not the actual truth. Braxton raised his brows and stared down at her over the handle of his shovel.
Actually, I think that sounds a little better than the truth. It's much more interesting, and it kind of makes me look better.
That it does. That it does. Braxton picked up his shovel and turned as though to go. Then he said, Well, Arian, do you want the story that makes me look good? Or do you want a story that makes your mom look good?
Boy, Dad, I don't know. How about you just tell me what actually happened?
Braxton eyed his daughter. Then his eyes met Krista's, and she felt her stomach twirl, just with the fun and the banter and the little bit of spark that was in his gaze. She took a shaky breath.
So, Clyde, do you think if we put our heads together, we can come up with a story that is mostly the truth and one that we can tell our daughter?
Krista asked, smirking a little, joking, just to let Arian think that there was actually some kind of mystery involved in their meeting. Braxton's brows puckered for just a minute before his grin broadened, and he went along with her. I don't know. We probably should talk about this beforehand so we can get all of our details right. We don't want to fold under cross-examination.
I think I better talk to each of you individually,
Arian said.
It sounds to me like I'm not going to get the truth unless I dig for it. Of course,
She folded her arms over her chest.
I can always ask Uncle Preston. He'd probably hire a private investigator, just because he'd want the actual truth. I suppose I could take some of my allowance that I've been saving and contribute toward the cause.
The effect of her tapping her toe was slightly ruined by the fact that there were 6 inches of snow under it, and there was no sound as her winter boot met the snow on top of the pavement. She drives a hard bargain, Bonnie, Braxton said. What do you think?
I guess I will be forced to tell her the truth, but only if she makes us popcorn and hot chocolate.
I can handle that. I'll take a long, leisurely shower with lots of hot water while my daughter slaves in the kitchen for me. I totally understand why people have more children.
More children equals more slaves. Nice,
Krista said, winking at Arian, who was rolling her eyes.
If you guys want me to make you hot chocolate and pop popcorn, just say so. Seriously, you guys are such children. Dad, you never act like this when Mom isn't around.
Arian shook her head. That made a smile spread across Krista's face, and her heart swelled. It shouldn't. Maybe it was immature, but the idea that she brought out a goofy side of Braxton that no one else ever saw, she couldn't deny, made her feel good.
Why are you pointing all the fingers at me? Your mom is usually very mature and practically a snob.
Arian looked her mom up and down.
Is that true? I guess if your dad says it is, it must be,
Krista said, whistling a little and pretending to be innocent.
So Dad brings out the goofball in you too?
Krista shrugged her shoulders.
No wonder you two need to be separated. I'm not sure the Mississippi River is big enough. Perhaps we need a nation.
Krista laughed, but her laughter stopped abruptly when Arian said,
Or if you guys are together in the same house all the time, just think about how much fun that would be. And I would have little brothers and sisters, and that would be really fantastic.
She grinned, and Krista wasn't quite sure whether her words were calculated or whether that was truly an innocent look on her face as she tilted her head, flashed a grin at her dad, then flounced off through the snow, putting her shovel down at the end of the driveway and pushing it across.
I think your kid just outsmarted us,
Braxton said, scratching his head a little.
My kid,
Krista said in mock shock.
She's been living with you for years. Obviously, she's picked up some of your wily ways.
I think she's just been around my brothers too long. That's probably the problem. Maybe I should move out.
No,
Arian said, pushing her shovel back the other way, snow building on the end of it until she reached the edge of the driveway, where she tossed it into the grass. Obviously, the kid had shoveled snow before. The thought made Krista a little melancholy, because she hadn't been there to teach her how to shovel snow. Still, Braxton had done an amazing job. Maybe later she should tell him so. Chapter 14. Several hours later, Braxton stood in the shower, soap in his hair, his eyes closed, when the water pressure sputtered, then died. The lights in the bathroom flashed off. He froze, waiting, hoping it was just the electricity blinking and that everything would come right back on. No such luck. He laughed a little to himself. This could have been Krista. He had told her to go ahead and take a shower first, while he shoveled off the path in the backyard for Katydid to go to the restroom, since the little dog didn't care to go in the snow and didn't really like the blacktop either. Sure enough, as he shoveled and grass appeared, the dog had done her business behind him. He'd continued to shovel, giving her a nice, large area that wouldn't be hard to shovel when he went out later this evening, probably at midnight. There were some heavy bands of snow that were supposed to go through in the evening, and apparently one of those had knocked power out somewhere. He opened the shower door and stepped out on the rug, feeling for a towel and wiping his face off. He peered around. Total darkness. Patting the sink, he moved his hand around until he touched his phone, picking it up and turning the flashlight app on. His hair matted to his head because of the shampoo still in it. Unless he wanted to use toilet water, which he didn't, the shampoo was just going to stay in his hair, since there was no cup full of water that someone with any kind of foresight might have let sit on the sink. And while he knew there was a pitcher of water in the refrigerator, he didn't know how long the electricity would be out, and they might need it. It hadn't even occurred to him that the electricity might go out, and he kicked himself for the lack of foresight. Regardless, it was certainly better for him to have soap in his hair than Krista. Her hair was much longer, and it would probably bother her a good bit more. Grateful he'd done at least one thing right, he toweled off. "Dad!" Arian's voice drifted up from downstairs.
"What's that, hon?"
he asked, like he didn't know the electricity had gone out. He wrapped the towel around his waist and stepped out of the bathroom. "The lights went out."
"Really?"
he said.
"That must be why my shower quit and I didn't get the soap out of my hair."
Oh no,
Krista said as she stepped out of her room, phone flashlight on. She eyed him like she was looking for the soap.
"I got it out as best I could."
He grinned at her.
"You're welcome for letting you go first."
She grinned, sharing his amusement and appearing grateful for his understanding.
is it okay if I say better you than me?
She asked, like she was seriously wanting to know.
"I was thinking the same thing."
Thanks,
she said, and she meant it.
the popcorn was only half popped.
Arian called up.
"What about the hot chocolate?"
he asked, figuring that was the more important of the two, although he wasn't sure exactly what they were going to eat for breakfast if the lights didn't come back on.
It's done,
Arian said cheerfully.
"Well, 1.5 isn't bad," he said. "You better divide that popcorn into 3 equal piles before your mother gets down there and eats my share."
Who said I even wanted popcorn?
Krista said, pretending to be offended.
You can go ahead and give him my popcorn. I'll just drink his hot chocolate.
Whoa, hold on there a second. I think this is something we need to discuss.
Men, they constantly want to talk about stuff.
He laughed outright at that.
Yeah, that's terrible, isn't it?
He turned and went into his room, still smiling at Krista, and not nearly as upset as maybe he should have been about the electricity going out. Still, in the back of his mind, he was trying to think about how he could keep his family warm. The temperatures were in the 20s as far as he knew, although he hadn't checked to see how cold it was going to dip down overnight. Normally, in Iowa, when they got a snowstorm, as long as the snow was coming down, it didn't get terribly cold. Sometimes after it was done, though, a cold front moved in, and temperatures would plunge to below zero. Added to the wind chill, it could make for a dangerous combination with blowing winds and freezing conditions. The wind didn't seem nearly as bad here in Niagara City, nor did the cold have the bite that it did in Iowa. He wasn't exactly sure what the difference was in the weather, but he'd take it. At the farmhouse in Iowa, they had a generator since their chicken house couldn't be without electricity, and it would come on automatically as soon as the lights went out. Sometimes, they didn't even know the lights had gone out until they heard the generator running. He'd been all around the house and over it, and there was no generator here. He got dressed, threw his towel over a chair where it could dry, and went out into the hall and down the stairs.
We probably ought to report this to the power company, just in case we're the only house that lost power. Considering how remote we are, it's quite possible.
I already did, Krista said, holding up her phone. I had my phone on the charger while you were outside, so I have a full battery. I also checked the temperatures for this evening and tonight. Into the 20s, which is cold but not terrible.
Yeah, I think we can handle that. We've got a gas fireplace, so we might end up bunking down in front of it, but hopefully the house will stay warm enough the pipes don't freeze. That would be my other concern.
Did the rental place have a phone number for you to call for any emergencies?
Krista asked, and he was surprised he hadn't thought of that himself.
I think so. I'll check and make sure there's nothing else we need to do in order to try to keep things from freezing.
It only took a few minutes for him to check and make the call. The owner had no advice, had no idea when the power would be restored. There was no backup heat. Although the house used an oil furnace, it needed electricity to run the fan.
Arian found some candles. They were in the pantry closet in the kitchen, way at the top,
Krista said as he came back in the room after making his phone calls.
That's great. We have matches?
I found those in the drawer by the sink.
Arian smiled as she arranged the candles on the little coffee table in front of the fireplace.
I couldn't figure out how to work this thing, though,
Krista said, indicating the fireplace as she snapped a match and started lighting candles. It took Braxton a bit, since he'd never used a gas fireplace before, but he was able to figure it out. There was what looked like a light switch, but was actually the switch for the fireplace, on the wall to the right and a little behind the mantel that stuck out.
I think you can use a remote to make the flame larger or smaller, maybe?
Braxton said.
Yeah, I see now,
Krista said, pointing the remote at the fire and causing the flames to get bigger.
Oh, do you think... Should we check to see how much gas there is? It would be pretty bad if we ran out.
Let's not worry about it. If we do, there's always the car. I filled it up after I picked up the snowsuits, so if worst comes to worst, we'll hang out there. Or we'll get a room at a hotel.
I haven't heard any plow trucks coming by for the last several hours,
Krista said, still worrying her bottom lip with her teeth. Come to think of it, Braxton hadn't either. Several had gone by while they were out plowing the driveway and while he was shoveling off the roof, but since they'd quit shoveling and played a little before they came in, he hadn't heard a thing.
Well, good point on that. I guess if the snow on the road is too deep to drive through, the hotel's out, but we still have the car. I'll be going out in a bit to plow the driveway again and also do the roof. I'm guessing since our road is so rural, the trucks are focusing on the main highways, trying to keep ahead of the storm.
I heard there were going to be several thick bands coming through this evening, and I know when that happens, it's hard for the trucks to keep up,
Krista said, glancing at Arian and deliberately making her face relax. She was gorgeous by candlelight. Not that she wasn't gorgeous any other time, and Braxton watched as she eased out the worry lines and smiled at their daughter.
This can be quite cozy and probably romantic for your dad and me to tell you our story. That's what I was thinking,
Arian said with a grin.
I like it when the lights go out. They don't go out nearly enough back home.
Braxton smiled and shook his head. They went out way too much, although he supposed he wasn't going to correct her, because he knew exactly what she meant. She didn't like it when the generator kicked on, and they didn't get to use candles and huddle in front of the fireplace, where the adults sat on the floor like children.
I think before we sit down, I'll run upstairs and grab the blanket off my bed. It already feels a little chillier in here to me.
I'll grab mine if you want me to,
Krista said, moving toward the doorway of the living room.
I think one blanket would be cozier,
Arian said.
It would be more fun if we all share one.
I guess she has a point,
Braxton agreed, looking at Krista, who didn't seem horrified by the idea. There really wasn't any reason for each of them to have their own blanket, and he didn't mind huddling underneath it with Krista as long as she was okay with it too.
All right then, one blanket it is.
He ran upstairs, feeling his way in the dark bedroom and grabbing the blanket from his bed. If he remembered correctly, there were a couple of extra blankets in the closet, which he'd checked out when they first arrived, which seemed like decades ago. Before he'd been in the Niagara River, before he'd gotten arrested, before Krista had put her arm around him last night and whispered an apology to him at the bottom of the stairs. Maybe he was crazy, but he'd wanted to think all day that they could actually be the family that they were right now, with him and Krista and Arian, and maybe more. That was a pretty wild idea. He and Krista had never talked about wanting children. Arian hadn't exactly been a mistake, but she hadn't been planned either. Krista hadn't acted like she was terribly upset, other than wondering what the show creators would do. They'd just come up with creative staging to hide her burgeoning belly, and then the show had gone on hiatus. Krista hadn't gotten extremely big anyway. Naturally slender and tall, she hadn't looked pregnant until her last trimester. When he came back down, Krista and Arian had the coffee table moved to the side, with the hot chocolate and the popcorn on it, and the couch moved up a little so they could sit with their backs against the couch, close to the fire, with the blanket over them. Krista sat down, and Arian sat right beside her, slightly to the left, which meant that he could either sit scrunched up off the edge of the couch beside Arian, or on the right-hand side of the couch beside Krista. He chose Krista, meeting her eyes in the dim lighting before he walked over and sat down and then said low,
Is this okay?
It is. I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Maybe she had deliberately misunderstood, since he was asking if it was okay that he sat beside her, but either way, she was fine with it. He shook the blanket out and covered their legs with it, pulling it up so that Arian could stick it under her arms if she wanted to. He leaned back, taking his arm and putting it along the seat of the couch, resting it behind Krista. Maybe it was just his imagination, but she seemed to snuggle closer to him, their thighs touching, along with their legs.
Okay, Lord, I can kind of see what you might have been doing about this whole electricity thing. I'll take the soap in my hair in exchange for snuggling with my wife.
He grinned, and Krista turned to him, looking over and narrowing her eyes. "What are you thinking?" she asked, like he had something nefarious up his sleeve.
I was just thinking that this is a perfect time to tell Arian how I met you. The true story.
I was telling her the true story, with a few embellishments.
A few?
Well, your dad was on a tractor,
Krista began.
Of course,
Arian said, like all love stories started with the man on the tractor. Or, more likely, all love stories involving her dad started with him on a tractor.
Your dad only has one love story, just to make this clear,
Braxton said. He didn't like the idea that all love stories involving him started with him on a tractor. There was just one. There would only be just one.
Are you going to continuously interrupt me?
Krista asked, pretending to be annoyed.
I think you need to start at the beginning.
That was the beginning.
No, Arian doesn't know why we were in Des Moines to begin with.
You were in Des Moines, Iowa?
Arian asked.
That's right. I went there after high school, planning on learning a few things from the big farm I was hired to work on. Things we didn't have at our place out by Prairie Rose. Just different crop rotation ideas and that type of thing. Stuff that I could have learned in college, I guess, but I always learn better with real-world experience. In college, I would have paid for that knowledge. In Des Moines, they paid me to work while I learned.
Smart,
Arian said. He thought it was, but it might not be the prevailing wisdom. It worked for him.
So, what were you doing in Des Moines, Mom? Is that where you were born? No, I was actually born on Long Island. I grew up there, but I always wanted to be an actress. So when I saw an ad on the internet asking for players for the theater in Des Moines, I figured being employed in Iowa was better than being unemployed in New York. And I wasn't quite ready for Broadway, so I answered the ad and went on out. Did you ever take acting classes?
Arian asked, which surprised Braxton. He didn't even know she knew there was such a thing.
Yeah, I took them all through high school. Lots of kids do in New York. Okay, so, Mom, you were working in a play, and Dad was working on a farm. So, Dad went to the play and saw you and fell in love, and waited after the play to meet you. Is that right?
Hardly,
Braxton said, clearing his throat. Krista elbowed him.
We can't tell the story if you're going to be making fun of me.
Nobody's making fun of anyone. Plus, if that's the story, where's the tractor? Didn't we already decide I was on a tractor?
Oh yeah, that's right. So tell me, Dad, you're on the tractor. Where's Mom?
In a tree?
Braxton said and felt Krista's sharp elbow again.
Now who's making things up?
She asked.
Hey, it sounded good.
Actually, it did. We should go with that. I want the truth, guys. You two are worse than kids.
It's your mother. She's always like this,
Braxton said without missing a beat.
It's your father, and you ought to know that since you were living with him. Dad never jokes, or doesn't often joke. Sometimes his brothers mess with him, and every once in a while he smiles, but he's usually pretty serious. Really?
Krista said, tilting her head and looking over at him.
I don't know what she's talking about,
Braxton said, shrugging his shoulders and looking at the fire.
Guys, I'm never going to hear the story if you guys don't quit messing around with each other.
Braxton grinned. He loved teasing Krista, loved her sighs, her pretend anger, and her half-annoyed glances where she grinned at him and they smiled at their shared jokes. There wasn't anyone else in the world he did that with, and he'd missed it. It wasn't deliberate on his part. He just felt comfortable with her in a way that he didn't feel comfortable with anyone else, ever, even his brothers. Maybe he was crazy, and part of his brain said he was foolish, but he moved his arm, bringing it down and putting his hand on her shoulder. That time, he knew he didn't imagine it when she snuggled closer. It felt like he was playing with fire, but he also felt like maybe it was worth it. Chapter 15.
Okay, maybe we hyped the story up a little bit more than what it needed to be, because it's not nearly as interesting as me hanging out of a tree and your dad coming along with a tractor and rescuing me somehow.
I like that. I'm totally heroic in that version of the story.
Dad, you've already been heroic this week. Don't you remember saving Katydid?
Arian said, petting the dog as she snuggled down in her lap. Krista loved that Katydid had fallen in love with her daughter. She wasn't sure exactly what that meant whenever they parted, and she supposed this time she should let the dog go with her daughter, rather than be selfish and keep the dog. Regardless, she had another week before she had to face that, so she decided she wasn't going to think about it now.
I was in the tractor, pulling 2 wagons behind me. It's a little bit dangerous because wagons can start swaying. If they get to doing it too much, they'll tip, so I had it in a pretty low gear. Plus, it makes it harder for cars behind me to pass.
People in Iowa are used to tractors holding up traffic.
I agree, in our neck of the woods, but city people don't always have that kind of patience. Where we live, People have a lot of respect for farmers, but in the Des Moines area, it's not quite so much.
It's even less in New York, just saying,
Krista added. And it was totally true. Interesting how rural people were. Even if they didn't live on farms, they understood the farming way a lot better than someone from the city, just speaking in generalities, since she noticed a huge difference in an urban area versus a rural. Not just in laws, but in attitudes.
Anyway, some dude behind me was pretty irritated, and there aren't a whole lot of rises and hills in Iowa. We hit a stretch with no traffic, and a lot of people had gone by. But this last guy went and didn't realize that Krista was coming down the road in the opposite lane. I could see what was happening, and while Krista slammed on the brakes, that guy gassed on it, trying to get around me, though I could tell he wasn't going to. So I swerved the tractor, jerking it over to stop along the road so that he could come over and avoid Krista. She jerked her car to the right, running off the road and into a ditch. The jerking made my rear wagon flop over on its side, and I dragged it about 10 feet before the tractor stopped. So there I was in one ditch, there she was on the other side of the road in the other, and meanwhile, the guy who caused all the problems went off down the road without even stopping.
Really? He didn't even, stop to call an ambulance or anything?
We didn't need an ambulance. Neither one of us were hurt, although our vehicles weren't in great shape.
I'd flattened a tire because I was a starving actress and they were bald to begin with, and I hit the drainage ditch the wrong way and it popped my front tire.
I was stuck beside the highway because of my wagon being rolled over, although the first thing I did was hop out and run over to check on her.
Oh my goodness, he did. It was so romantic because he tapped on my window, and I was a little shaken up, so I rolled it down just a little bit. Being from New York, I was a little suspicious of strangers, and your dad, even at that age, had his glower down, even if he wasn't quite as heavy-set as he is now.
Heavy-set? You calling me fat?
Braxton said, and she heard the tease in his voice.
Maybe, she said, tilting her head and giggling a little. How old were you guys?
I was 19. Your mom was 21.
Mom's older than Dad?
Arian said, disbelief lacing her tone.
She sure is. She's an old lady now.
Watch it, mister,
Krista said, only half joking.
I'm sorry. You're not an old lady, just getting there.
Not better,
she said, crossing her arms over her chest.
All right, you're just exploring uncharted territory and will get a report back to me on what it's like to be almost elderly.
Wow, just forget it, okay?
She said, laughing. When her hand came down, it kind of landed between their legs, sort of on his, and she froze for just a second before she twisted her hand and spread out her fingers over his thigh. He'd stopped breathing as soon as she touched him, and when her fingers spread out, his chest trembled at his intake of air. She took that as a good sign and smiled a little to herself. Maybe there was a little feeling of power that she could make someone so self-contained and capable as Braxton lose his breath and tremble. With that powerful thought came a sense of responsibility. He was a man who could be a huge asset to the world and the people around him, and she needed to remember that because she could help him, or she could hurt him. Helping him honestly helped others too, whereas cutting him down kept him from being everything that he could be. When she'd been younger, she hadn't seen that. Hadn't seen that one of the ways of making a mark, being a blessing in the world, was by being someone else's support, sounding board, encourager, and helper. It totally flew in the face of everything that she'd learned from the world, but it was so obvious as she sat there and listened to their daughter tell her that Braxton didn't laugh like this at home, that he wasn't this relaxed. As was the idea that God created a man to need a woman, not just for the companionship, not just for procreation, but so that he could reach his full potential, so that he could do everything God had created him to do. No one noticed that she sat there stunned, shocked at her revelation, but sure it was accurate. The old adage, behind every successful man is a good woman, made sense to her now. Some women balked at the idea that they weren't out in front, the spotlight beaming on themselves, and maybe, as an actress, that had been her idea, that she needed to be in front. But now, since her prison time, where her roles were no longer starring roles but the supporting roles, she realized they were just as important, just as essential. The star of a movie couldn't be the star if there weren't other people around them making them look good. Not everyone could be the star. What if her role wasn't to have her own career, to be a star in her own right, but rather to stand beside this man, to support him, to be his heir so he could soar? She liked the idea. That Braxton could be so much, already was. She looked at him. He'd wade into a raging river right above Niagara Falls with no thought for himself and successfully save an animal. What could a man like that not do? And how much more could he accomplish if he had someone beside him, encouraging him and lifting him up? "Mom," Arian said, "are you going to keep going?" "I'm sorry. I got lost in thought there for a moment. Where were we?" "You and Dad were along the side of the road, and Dad was being really romantic, and you were sitting in your car talking to him." "Yeah. So phones weren't really a thing then, but I did have a phone. I forgot what it was called, but I used some of my precious minutes to call a tow for both of us. It took several hours for one to come, and while they took care of me first, during those several hours, your dad and I had a lot of time to talk."
Your mom was just as entertaining back then as she is now, and by the time those 2 hours were over, I was pretty smitten. Plus, she'd invited me to her performance that evening, and there was no way I would miss it.
"So you went to see her that night?"
I sure did. She told me that if I went to see her, I could come backstage, so of course I took her up on it.
"He did. My co-stars were swooning over him, but he didn't even notice them." "You had co-stars?"
She laughed.
"We talked about that years ago. You had no clue what they looked like, what their names were, nothing. You couldn't tell me anything about them."
I believe it. I've only ever been able to look at you.
His voice was low and desperately romantic, and it gave her shivers. Krista kind of wished that her daughter wasn't sitting right beside her, although she was thrilled for the family time and loved that Arian didn't seem to hold any hard feelings about why she'd had to give her up, although she supposed they hadn't talked about that yet, either.
"Wow, that is so romantic,"
Arian said, sounding much more like a teenager than an 11-year-old or a little kid who'd been outside playing in the snow all day.
Yeah, maybe it's romantic for you guys, but it was kinda a time-consuming endeavor for me, since I worked all day, and then I went to every show she had for the next 3 weeks, until that run was over.
"And then you asked her to marry you?"
No, I did take her out as much as she let me, which wasn't nearly as much as I wanted to. She was already practicing for her next show.
"I was in town for another 4 weeks for that, and 4 weeks of practice, and I got an opportunity in Toronto where I'd flown out to audition."
I wanted to go with her to the audition, but she wouldn't let me.
Braxton added.
"I'm surprised you remember,"
Krista said before she continued.
"That was for the Single in the City reality show that I ended up getting selected for, and it's what really made my career take off."
When she found out she got it and said she was moving, that's when I asked her to marry me. And surprisingly, she told this farm boy yes,"
Braxton said, still sounding a little amazed that she had. And happy. "But he had to go to Toronto, which was hard for him." Her voice was a little sad because she was thinking again if she could do things over. She wished she would have gone to Prairie Rose with him, settling down with his brothers and his family and learning his life. That whole idea of being an encourager and a helper and someone who bolstered someone else, not taking the credit for herself, but being the reason that someone else could be successful, drove her thoughts that she'd made the wrong decision. Of course, she wouldn't have ended up in prison, and they wouldn't be sitting here this evening, but would be at home, possibly with more children, definitely with more family, and probably happier. But a person couldn't go back and redo. They could just move forward with what they'd already done.
"So then you guys got married?"
Arian asked.
"Yes, and we lived in Toronto,"
Krista said.
"What was your wedding like?"
Arian asked. Krista didn't say anything because they hadn't had a big wedding. She'd just gotten the role for Single in the City, and she was supposed to be single. The wedding had been quiet, done in North Dakota, and done mostly in secret. Even Braxton's family didn't know. She wasn't even sure if he'd told them where he'd gone. As far as she knew, Braxton's family didn't know about them until just now. Or maybe they'd had some idea when Braxton came and got Arian and took her home. At that point, they had to know there was someone. Braxton couldn't deny he was the father of Arian, since she looked just like him.
"I think that's enough memories for tonight,"
Braxton finally said, and while Arian groaned, she didn't argue. Krista made a mental note to compliment Braxton's parenting later, since she appreciated the fact that Arian was able to take no without fussing for her own way. They lapsed into silence, and what had felt cozy and fun suddenly felt awkward and stilted. Krista regretted that, knowing that a lot of it was her fault. The secret wedding, the fact that Braxton had left his home, everything. Arian had had a big day, though, and it wasn't long until her deep breathing signaled that she was asleep. Chapter 16. Arian's head had fallen over onto Krista's shoulder and eventually into her lap, and Krista stroked her hair gently. She gradually became aware that Braxton's fingers were moving softly across the hair at the nape of her own neck. Thinking about all the times like this that she had missed, all the times that they could have had that they hadn't, didn't help her guilt any.
"Don't feel guilty,"
Braxton said. How had he read her mind?
"We just got quiet, and you were thinking of things we could have done differently, I assumed."
"You're right. I just wish I could go back and make different decisions."
"Me too. You know I do. You know I screwed up big time when I left you and Arian. And you can say all you want to that it's because you asked me to, but we both know that while I would do anything for you, still would, I also knew how to tell you no."
He was right about that. If she was wrong, he didn't have a problem telling her. He also didn't have a problem arguing, then making sure the right thing got done, rather than whatever it was that she thought was so important.
"How about let's do this,"
Braxton said.
"Let's agree to put the past behind us. Let's agree to stop feeling guilty, because we can't change it."
I wish I could."
"Why not? Why can't we just put the past aside?"
Because there are always things that remind us of things we should have done.
Replace those things with things we're thankful for.
How?
Like right now. I don't know about you, but tonight is one of the best nights I remember having in my entire life. I am just savoring the feeling of you sitting here beside me, talking to our daughter, having her actually talk to her parents. Isn't that crazy? Do kids her age talk to their parents? We got to have a great conversation with her. We get to cuddle under a blanket and enjoy a fire and candlelight.
Think of how many times we could have enjoyed that if I hadn't made...
Wait. Think about it this way. If we had had this all our lives, would we appreciate it tonight? Or would it just be another family night? This is what we do. It's so ordinary nobody appreciates it.
Krista clamped her mouth shut and realized he was right. There was a positive way to look at it. She could see the benefit of not having it because now she appreciated it.
Think about it this way, too. It's going to change the decisions we make in the future. If we hadn't made those mistakes, we wouldn't have the wisdom that we have right now. Sure, there's heartache that we could have avoided, but think about the better decisions that we'll make and the things that could happen now that might not have happened if we hadn't been learning the things that we've learned in the years that we were apart.
He was right about that, too.
You're making me feel bad. All I was focusing on was the negative, and I didn't even realize it until you pointed it out.
I didn't realize until I was thinking about it just now. I was thinking about all the things I regretted, but then I realized I might not have things to appreciate if I didn't have the regrets to go first.
She nodded, suppressing a shiver as his hand stroked along the sensitive nape of her neck.
I'm not saying that I think we should make mistakes on purpose, just so we can gain wisdom from them.
I didn't think you were. I think sometimes that's why we should listen to people who give us advice. People who have been there and have learned something, and their experience can point us in the right direction.
Exactly. Maybe if we're really blessed, Arian will learn from our mistakes and not make the same ones.
Oh, that would make it all worthwhile, wouldn't it?
Sure would. We have a few more things we need to talk to her about, hard things. But I don't think we ought to avoid them. I think she ought to hear about them. I think she ought to know why I left you. I think she ought to know why I had to come pick her up, why you went to prison, and why we're back together. For now.
He ended quickly, almost as though he was afraid to say they were back together forever, since obviously they hadn't talked about the future at all.
Thank you. I was just thinking that I didn't want her to ever know any of those things. I didn't want to have the hard conversations, and I was happy that you kind of shut it down for tonight. But when you put it like that, I think you're right. We definitely should use our mistakes as warnings. Not hide them, and not glorify them, most definitely, but use them to show her that when you make bad decisions, you pay for them.
Yeah. But also when you make bad decisions, that's not the end of your life. You can decide to make better decisions. Decide to learn from them. Decide to change.
Wow, what great lessons.
She didn't say anything more because she wanted to tell him how wise and amazing he was, but she wasn't sure whether she was ready to say all of that without saying more. After all, if this was just a short-lived thing, she didn't want him to realize that her heart was going to break when he walked away. Chapter 17. They ended up getting almost 3 feet of snow, and the lights were out for another day. It didn't bother Braxton at all. He supposed it probably bothered Krista some that she wasn't able to take a shower, but Arian didn't mind either, and they had a lot of fun outside building snow forts, then playing in them, once they had the driveway and the roof completely shoveled off. It made for a great week, and somehow after that first night, they developed a routine of ending each evening in front of the fire with candles lit, even after the lights came back on. He hadn't really gotten Krista to play too much in the snow, although she would work industriously building snow forts or snowmen. She wasn't interested in a snowball fight. Until the day before she needed to leave, when he and Arian were tossing snowballs back and forth. Nothing hard on his part. At least, not until Arian hit him right in the side of his face. He yelled, "Hey, I never hit you in the face," and grabbed Snow, forming it into a ball as he chased after her. She screamed and giggled and ran, but he was able to catch her, kind of easily, and lifted his hand like he was getting ready to rub Snow in her face when, out of the blue, another snowball hit him right in the side of his head.
"Let her go,"
Krista shouted, from a not far enough distance away, since he was able to grab some snow up, and because his legs were longer, he was able to get through the deep drifts much faster than she, and he caught her before she'd gone even 10 yards. He hadn't exactly meant to take her down, but there must have been a flower bed or something underneath the snow where they were, because his foot tripped on something lying on the ground, and they fell forward together, him twisting so she didn't land on the bottom. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to knock you down."
"I don't believe that. You were chasing me for a reason, and you were obviously angry and upset that I hit you in the face. But I did save our daughter,"
Krista said, her cheeks flushed and red, her eyes bright, and her smile not the smile of Krista at the beginning of the 2 weeks, but the smile of her now, uninhibited and happy, easy and carefree. It was the way he always wanted to remember her, lying in the snow, her hair falling out from underneath her beanie, her eyes bright and laughing up at him. If he had to go back to Iowa without her, this was the image he wanted to take with him. The laughter and the fun, and the woman who he'd fallen in love with. All over again. "You did," he said, his voice subdued, thoughtful even. Maybe there was a note in there he really would prefer she didn't hear. He was trying so hard to protect his heart, at least pretend that their time here together was just them being good friends. But maybe he was thinking about tomorrow and their parting, or maybe it was just the fact that he couldn't keep resisting her anymore. Whatever it was, he meant to drop a kiss on her forehead and stand, but he ended up lowering his head and running his lips along her hairline, down her temple, and saying in her ear, "You're an amazing mom. The best." He should have stopped there, should have known when she got still, and her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes closed, that he'd already said too much. But his voice dropped even lower, and he said, "You are my heart." He swallowed. "Wherever you are, that's where it is." His lips touched her temple then, and maybe Krista said something, but Arian's voice came across the snow.
"Is Mom okay? Did you hurt her?"
He took a breath, not wanting to be interrupted, but glad of it at the same time. He was about to make a very big fool of himself. He pushed up, holding his hand out for Krista, although it took her a few moments to open her eyes and reach out for it. Maybe it was just his imagination, but there seemed to be tears in her eyes. Maybe it was just the snow, but he couldn't really see details with his sunglasses on anyway, and it was probably what he wanted to see more than actual reality.
Why is it always my fault? How do you know your mom wasn't hurting me? Why aren't you concerned about me getting hurt?"
he said, holding his arms spread out at his sides as he called over to Arian.
Dad, have you seen yourself lately?
"Really?" he said. "See what you started?"
He said to Krista.
What?
"Last week, you called me fat. Now look at your daughter. Now she's calling me fat. Apparently, everyone around here thinks that. It's amazing I don't have some kind of complex."
I'm pretty sure you do have a complex,
Krista said, although the teasing note wasn't quite completely back in her voice, and she still seemed a little shaken from their encounter. Whether she had been scrambling to try to tell him to get off of her and leave her alone, or whether she was as shaken as he was because she didn't want it to end, he couldn't be sure.
Dad, you're not fat. You're just a lot bigger than she is. You're stronger than she is. And you're faster than us both. Plus, your legs are longer, so you have an advantage. And for some reason, you have really good aim,
Arian said, stomping through the snow toward them.
"I have good aim because I'm a natural athlete,"
Braxton said, totally making it up, since athletics wasn't exactly something that he'd ever been super good at. He figured that would make Krista snort, if not laugh outright, but she didn't.
You really are naturally athletic,
she said, looking at him.
You've got great coordination, too. I guess that's where Arian gets it.
"Hey, you're not too bad yourself. In fact, I'd argue with you about where Arian gets it because you're right. She does have a natural coordination that is impressive."
The moment was gone, the opportunity over, and Braxton figured that maybe that was a good thing. Except he had been thinking that he should learn from his mistakes. And was he really learning from his mistakes if he went back to Iowa without even asking Krista to come with him? Just leave like he had before. Of course, this time he would be taking Arian with him, but it was still leaving Krista behind. The idea of asking scared him. He had to admit it to himself, even if he couldn't say the words aloud. Wasn't exactly manly to admit being scared, but he was. Regardless, all his big ideas about how he was going to learn from his mistakes were just that, ideas, unless he actually changed something. So, after they'd played a bit more, rolling up another few snowballs to make a third child for their snowman family, he hung back a little with his arm around Arian's shoulder as Krista walked to the house.
"Hey, kid, do you think you might go to bed a little earlier tonight than you have been, so I have a chance to talk to your mom downstairs?"
Arian wasn't stupid, and she looked up with shining eyes.
Are you going to ask her to come to Iowa with us? Do you think she will? Maybe she could spend Christmas with us, or do you think she'd live with us forever?
There was so much hope, so much excitement, so very much childish fantasy in her words, it almost made Braxton say, "Never mind, I'm not saying anything." Because why would he get her hopes up only to dash them again? He couldn't do that. Although, once he told Arian that he was going to do it, he kinda had to. So it made it official, and there was none of this backing out because he was scared business. Finally, he shook his head.
"She might not want to. I don't want you to hold it against her if she can't, but I'll ask her to spend Christmas with us."
I'll ask her. She seems to like me. Maybe she'll say yes to me.
"Let me,"
Braxton said, knowing that Krista could be honest with him and not wanting Arian to have to deal with the pain of rejection if Krista told her no. Arian hadn't ever said anything about feeling unloved or abandoned, but it couldn't be good for her if Krista refused this particular request. Plus, getting to know Krista over the past 2 weeks, He knew it wouldn't be easy for her to tell her daughter no to anything, even if she had to. So, in the hopes of saving Arian and Krista the pain, he said,
Better let me, and I'll just be asking her for Christmas. It's unfair to ask her to stay when she would have to leave everything she has going for her in Toronto.
But didn't she say she was almost out of money? Didn't she say she didn't have a job? Maybe there's nothing for her in Toronto anymore. Maybe you could hire her to be our housekeeper or to work on the ranch.
Her eyes were so hopeful, her heart on her face. It made Braxton's throat tight and his chest ache.
We'll see. Let me see what we can figure out, okay?
Okay, I'll go to bed early,
Arian said. They had stopped, and now they turned, walking toward the house. He hadn't heard her phone ring, but Krista stood on the porch, talking with her phone held to her ear, and he could see from here that her lips were smiling, and she was almost bouncing on her feet. As he and Arian started walking, he could hear her saying,
"That's great! Great news! I can't believe it! I'll be there. Of course. No, I understand. Right. That's more than I was expecting. Wow. Thank you so much for the great news. You're right. It's a great Christmas gift. The best."
By the time she hung up, Arian had bounced up the steps and gone in the door, not even thinking that the phone call might change her life. But Braxton had stopped with one boot on the porch, 1 foot 2 steps down, and he leaned his arm on his knee.
Good news?
He asked as the phone came down from her ear. She swiped off and looked at him. It took a moment for her eyes to clear, and then she kind of shook her head like she hadn't been expecting to see him.
It is. I don't know if you recall that I told you about an audition that I had done and I had some big hopes for. It was a pretty big deal, and honestly, although they told me I was a favorite, I wasn't expecting to get the part. But my agent just called and told me that it's mine. We start January 3rd. There's a lot of buzz around this, and it has potential to be extremely big.
Her eyes glowed, and Braxton wasn't sure whether she'd ever been more beautiful, even with her hair straggling out of her beanie cap, wet with snow caked in it, and her snow pants making her look like a bulky marshmallow. He lifted his shades and put them on his head, squinting against the unexpected light. But he didn't want anything between him and the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Maybe not exactly because of her looks, although she did have the bone structure and the worldly beauty that would grace the big screen and make her a woman that would mesmerize audiences all over. But more because of the funny and kind person he knew her to be. How she made him laugh and saw things in him that even he didn't see. How she encouraged him and made him more, just by being beside him. How could he not love someone like that? And how could he not let her go, giving her the freedom to pursue her own dreams?
I guess we should celebrate.
For sure,
she said, smiling.
You want to meet me in front of the fire? We'll have candlelight, popcorn, and I'm sure our daughter would love to be a part of it as well.
He tried to infuse excitement into his voice, but it just wasn't happening.
I'll be there,
she said, but she wouldn't meet his eyes as he waited a few beats, wanting her to say something, wanting her to... he didn't even know. Apologize, maybe? Tell him that she really wanted to be able to be with him, and she was considering turning it down. Was it selfish of him to want to be more to her than her career? He supposed it was. Although he'd given up everything once upon a time for her, he supposed he could do it again, although he had sworn not to make that mistake again. It didn't feel like a mistake, though. It felt like loving someone. He dropped his eyes and finished walking up the stairs, opening the door so she could go in. Regardless of how it all worked out, he could enjoy one last night with her. Maybe, if he were lucky, she'd go to Iowa with him, and they'd spend Christmas together as a family. Chapter 18. Krista felt like she was floating on air. She couldn't believe she'd aced that audition. She couldn't believe that her career wasn't completely over. She thought for sure being in prison had wrecked everything. But her agent had been right. The movie for which she'd auditioned was based on the story of a girl who had been brought up right and gone bad. At the end of the movie, there was redemption, but most of the movie would be a bad girl making poor choice after poor choice until she turned everything around. It had been perfect for her. Maybe more accurately, her reputation was perfect for the movie. But it also validated everything that she'd been doubting. Were her acting skills terrible? Had she never had any talent at all? Did people hate her? Would she never be successful again? Would she always be relegated to the back, to supporting roles, to being the footnote, the actress who went to prison? But the amount of money that they were going to pay her was more than Braxton would make on the farm in a decade. Not that she was in competition with Braxton. She didn't feel that way at all, but she had doubted herself for putting her own career first and felt like maybe his was more important and she should have supported him. She stopped short, holding onto her towel as she walked into the bathroom. Wasn't that what she'd decided her life was supposed to be about? Hadn't she already chosen her career, even when it was successful, and regretted it? But this was different. This was a big movie role and not just a TV reality show. But it followed the same general idea. Career first, husband second. Self first, everyone else after. It was a struggle she didn't want to have, but the war in her brain seemed like a circle, never any answers. Over and over and over again, she heard that she was to put herself first, make herself happy, because how could she make anyone else happy if she wasn't? But wasn't one of the things she'd learned in prison that happiness was a choice? Wherever she was, whatever she did, she could be happy. And when she chose herself over family, over her husband, it was selfish, not smart. Although there were people who would definitely disagree with that. For herself, that's what she found. She'd already made that mistake. Setting the towel down, she realized she hadn't gotten her clothes out and turned around, walking back into her bedroom and gathering her things. Hadn't she decided that it was just as noble to stand behind someone else and help them as it was for her to be out front, getting all the glory for herself? But this was an opportunity she couldn't turn down. It was an opportunity she might not ever get again. She opened the door and walked out, stopping short when she saw Arian had her hand raised to knock at her door.
Hey, honey, what's up? I just wanted to tell you I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Oh, that's too bad. Your dad and I were going to be sitting downstairs next to the fire like we've done every night. Can't you come down and spend a little time with us? She didn't want to leave without spending a last night with Arian. Although she had a point, they'd been out and busy all day in the snow. Maybe she could talk Braxton into staying in Toronto. It was on the tip of her tongue to say something to Arian, but she decided she better talk to Braxton first. No, we did a lot of playing in the snow today, And tomorrow is a big day because we're going to be leaving.
Arian yawned a big yawn, which for some reason felt very fake to Krista, and while her eyes narrowed in suspicion, she tried to shake it off. Why would Arian be making it up? She seemed to really enjoy their times in front of the fire, and just because Krista hadn't realized that last night was going to be their last night together, it didn't mean she should beg her daughter to stay up when she was actually exhausted.
That's probably very wise. Maybe I'll hit the sack early too, she said.
No, Arian said, then she smiled.
I mean, that would leave Dad down there by himself, and then I'd feel like I have to go down and be with him so he's not alone. You'll sit with him for a little bit at least, won't you? Of course. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about your dad. He's a really nice guy. I'm really lucky to have such a great dad.
Blessed. We're blessed to have him, Krista said, meaning it. She was blessed to have Braxton. There was no doubt in her mind about that. What about the movie role? Was that a blessing, or was that a temptation? She reached down, wrapping her arms around Arian and squeezing tight.
I had such a great time with you these 2 weeks. Thank you so much for being willing to come with your dad and spend a little time with me. I appreciate it. I loved it too, Mom. I'm so thankful that I got to hear from you directly while you weren't around. Even though I understand why you didn't want Dad to tell anyone that you were in prison, it made me feel better to hear it from you.
Thanks, Krista said, thanking Braxton in her head for insisting that she should say why she hadn't been there. Even though prison was a great excuse, it hadn't been an easy conversation. And then when she'd gotten to explaining that she'd been on parole once she got out and had been ashamed to see them, it had been even harder to say it out loud. But Arian had seemed to understand that as well. Why she hadn't gotten the special permission that she would have needed to come, because she was embarrassed and ashamed. That's one of the things they talked about one of the nights they'd sat together, and she had to say she felt so much better for admitting everything and being honest about it. Braxton had been right. Squeezing her daughter extra tight, she kissed her cheek and said goodnight. Then she headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Even if Arian wasn't there, it was her last evening with Braxton, and she was going to make the most of it. Enjoy his company, storing up memories. Who knew if they would ever be together like this again? Chapter 19. Braxton paced the floor in front of the fire. He felt warm and was tempted to turn it down, but it was just his nervousness coming out. Although it wouldn't do for him to be all sweaty, so he decided to walk outside and stand on the porch for just a minute. He had the candles lit, the fire going. He'd made hot chocolate and popcorn. He'd offered to send some off with Arian to her room, but as excited as she also really was completely exhausted. She'd been up later than she usually was all week. They had been outside doing a lot of physical exercise, and the last 2 weeks with her mother had been a whirlwind for her. Probably asking her to go to bed early was a good thing, and he doubted she'd be awake long. He stepped onto the porch, the cool breeze feeling brisk but not excessively cold. They'd had a couple of warm days, so all the snow that had been left on the driveway had melted off, but it was back down in the teens this evening. Again, the wind here wasn't bad, and it didn't have the biting coldness of Iowa.
Braxton?
Krista said from behind him. He hadn't heard the door open. He turned, stepping in and closing it behind him. I'm sorry, I was a little bit warm and figured I'd step outside and cool off.
Warm? It's like 16 degrees outside.
I know.
The fire feels good now.
That was true. He wasn't hot anymore, although he wasn't freezing either. He followed Krista over, without comment, and they sat down the way they normally had, directly beside each other. He put his arm around her as he had every night. Once the electricity had come back on and they had heat, the blanket had disappeared. He definitely didn't need it tonight, as warm as he was.
Thank you so much. I've had such a great 2 weeks.
Me too. Thank you. You didn't have to agree, and you could have insisted on having Arian by yourself.
That wouldn't have been any fun. Do you think she's okay? She went to bed early.
I think she's just tired,
he said, and then he felt guilty. He cleared his throat.
Actually, I asked her to go to bed early.
You did?
She said, obviously surprised and turning to look at him.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you, and I asked her if she would so we would have some time alone this evening.
Is there a problem?
No, not at all.
Oh, you just want to celebrate my movie role without her?
She sounded a little shocked that he didn't want to include Arian in the celebration.
No, I guess it was a little selfish of me because once I decided I wanted to talk to you, I didn't consider she'd be missing the celebration about your movie role. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I suppose Arian probably won't be as excited about it as I am anyway.
No, probably not.
He took a deep breath and decided he'd just plunge in. Tempted to say Arian wanted her to come to Iowa, he couldn't blame it on their daughter, even though she did.
I was wondering if you'd be interested in spending Christmas with us in Iowa?
He'd surprised her. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes widened. She sat still for a bit. Then she worried her bottom lip and looked like she was trying to calculate something.
I'm just trying to figure out what the odds are of me being stranded in Iowa and not making it back for the beginning of filming, which starts on January 3rd.
I guess this time of year, you never know what the weather's going to do. In Iowa or here.
Exactly. And I don't want to be late. This is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Sure is. I wouldn't want you to be late either. I guess if the airports aren't open, I'll drive you.
Oh, I couldn't ask you to do that. It would take 2 days. Plus, you'd have to drive home.
If that's what it takes to get you to Iowa for Christmas, that's what I'll do.
She took a deep breath, blowing out slowly.
Braxton, that's what you do, isn't it? Whatever needs to be done. Whatever people need you to do for them, that's what you do.
I don't know. I guess. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I suppose you're right.
It is. I mean, you were always that way. Being willing to move to Toronto to be with me, giving up your farm and everything that you were born to do, just to be with me. It was totally out of character for you to walk away from your daughter, but completely in character for you to do it, thinking it was being done for me. And now, it doesn't surprise me to hear you say you'd drive 2 days across the country to get me where I need to go, just so you could spend time with us. It's the kind of man you are.
Don't put too big a spin on it. Arian wants you there, too.
So you'll do it for your daughter. You're just proving what I was saying.
He didn't say anything, since he didn't know what to say. He supposed she was right. Sometimes that part of him led him to do stupid things, though, like walking into the Niagara River, walking away from his daughter.
So, does that mean you're thinking about it?
He finally said, knowing he wasn't going to figure himself out and not wanting to try.
I would love to. I've never been to your home in Iowa, and it's a regret. I know at the time I was afraid it would ruin what I thought was a really great opportunity, but I wish now I would have gone. We talk about the farm, and I don't even know what it looks like."
I have pictures if you want to see them.
She laughed.
"I don't need them now, right? Since I'm going to Iowa."
Really? You're coming?
"I'd love to. I'd really love to see where you're from. The place that you love. Actually, show me the pictures," she said. "I'd love to see them."
He pulled out his phone, pulling the pictures up and scrolling through, showing waving wheat fields, corn in tassel, the old farmhouse where they all lived, and some selfies of Arian and him together. Finally, he just handed his phone over and allowed her to scroll through. Eventually, she held it up and said,
"Who's this?"
That's Graham, Miss Matilda to everyone in town. You'll love her.
"I'm sure I will,"
Krista said, meeting his eyes over the top of his phone, smiling. He tried to make sure that his smile reached his eyes, even though he wasn't feeling it. Part of him was sad, but part of him was also a little angry. Not at her exactly, just at life in general. He was happy, truly happy, that she'd been offered this part. He just wanted a wife. Maybe he should ask her about a divorce instead of asking her to go to Iowa, since obviously she wasn't asking him to go back to Toronto with her and had no intentions of living as a married couple.
"Who's this?"
she asked, a change in her tone as she held up the phone. A ghost of a smile crossed his face, more from affection than amusement.
That's my neighbor, Poppet. That's what I call her. Her real name's Bridget, and you'll love her too.
"You guys are kind of close in that picture,"
she said, non-committal, taking the phone back and looking at it again.
Yeah, she was reaching over me and taking a selfie of us.
"She's a neighbor?"
Yeah, more like a little sister, but yeah, she's a great lady and just recently married.
"Oh."
The phone dropped into her lap, and she stared at it for a minute.
"I guess it's really petty of me to be jealous of that, isn't it?"
Of Poppet? No need. She's like a sister, like I said, to all of us boys. Although, I guess I did kind of propose marriage to her.
"Kind of?"
Well, she'd been running her farm by herself, and she was going to marry some guy she barely knew. I told her rather than marry him, she ought to marry me, just to save her from throwing her life away on some dude who might be a jerk.
"But she turned you down."
I guess. I met the guy, and he's a good man. She was actually making a really fantastic choice, and it would have been a lot worse if she'd said yes to me.
"We would have needed to get divorced."
I was thinking maybe that's what you wanted,
he said after a slight pause, clapping his teeth together and looking at her, his brows drawn in a question.
"No. What would make you think that?"
she exclaimed, her head tilting toward him.
Well, we're not planning on living as husband and wife. Why are we still married?
Realization dawned in her eyes, and her head dropped. She stared at her hands, thinking. And the whole time, he felt guilty. He hadn't meant to make her evening uncomfortable or sad in any way. She was excited about her part, looking forward to her life, and he was the one who was sad about the time ending and wanting to prolong it. But even her agreeing to come to Iowa hadn't made him feel better. He'd wanted everything.
"We're going to have 2 more weeks in Iowa, right?"
You said you were coming until after Christmas. Whatever you want, you're welcome.
"Can we talk about it there so we don't ruin tonight?"
I think that's a good idea. I didn't want to make tonight not special for you.
I don't think there's any way that you could help but make things special. Just by being here. There isn't another person in the world who I would want to share all of my good news with. And I mean that.
He hardly dared to breathe as her hand came up, touched his cheek.
You deserve so much better than me.
He took a breath, wanting to argue, but she put her other hand up, put her finger over his lips. He closed them, but she didn't move her finger, and he couldn't resist. He moved his head slightly, opening his lips, capturing the pad of her finger between his teeth. Her eyes widened and her lids lowered. He swiped his tongue over the sensitive tip of her finger. Neither one of them were breathing, although his heart thundered like a tractor going wide open in his chest. Slowly, he loosened his grip, and she slipped her finger out. Bad timing, bad decisions, bad luck. Maybe it was all of it, but he didn't care. He lowered his head, and she lifted hers. Maybe he should have had some words to say, something dashing or debonair or seductive. Something for the moment, something to make her fall in love with him. But he didn't have anything. He was just what he was, which wasn't much, not without her. He wondered if she could see it. Still, it didn't matter, and he lifted his hand, threading his fingers through her hair at the back of her head, as his lips touched hers, and he caught her sigh, his own groan mingling with it. He pressed closer. Her hand went around his head, her arm around his shoulders, pulling, and he gave in, pressing harder, not wanting to kiss her with desperation, but it felt like that to him. That was just his heart coming out. Maybe he could hide it while they were playing in the snow, while they were talking over supper, or even while they were staring at the fire together, but he couldn't hide it while he was kissing her. Eventually, he pulled back, almost ripping away, because he didn't want the kiss to end. Not ever. But it had to. Everything ended. He wanted to hold her, just kiss her forehead, her temple, tell her how much she meant to him, how much he loved her and wanted her with him, but he wasn't going to beg her to stay with him. She'd already chosen her career once, and she was doing it again. This time, he wasn't going to follow her. He wasn't going to beg her either. He wished he wasn't going to fall in love with her, but it was already too late for that. Abruptly, he pulled away and stood to his feet.
Sorry about that. Shouldn't have done it. I'm going to bed.
He turned and went toward the stairs. For the first time, he was not the last person to go to bed, blowing out the candles, making sure the fire was out, checking the doors to see that they were locked, and protecting his family. Maybe he'd do that later, but he needed to get away. Or he was going to say things that he would lie in his bed in Iowa and regret while she was making her movie, completely forgetting about him. The thought was hard to swallow, but it didn't matter. She wasn't going to know how much it hurt him to let her go. Chapter 20.
I was expecting a call from you today, just because I figured you probably couldn't contain your excitement.
Jackie Simpson, Krista's agent, chuckled on the other end of the line.
I am excited,
Krista said, trying to infuse a little bit of truth into her words. Honestly, when she thought about it, she really was excited. The idea of being selected for such a huge role, in a movie that was going to have so much money and so many big names behind it, It would almost have to be a success. Of course, she was excited. The problem was, she felt like that wasn't really what she wanted anymore.
So, is that what you're calling for? Just to shoot the breeze and find out for sure if it's really true?
Jackie said, humor in her voice like she heard this from her clients all the time when something this big happened to them.
Not really. I just wondered. You sent me the contract, and I didn't see any place on it where it said by when I had to have it signed and sent back. I think everyone assumed that you would want to sign it as soon as you got it and send it back immediately.
Jackie's laugh was full and loud.
It's not like you have to think about this. This one is a no-brainer.
Jackie's voice held absolutely no concern, like she hadn't yet picked up on the fact that Krista was considering doing that very thing.
So, is there a due date?
Krista persisted. A pause. Krista could almost feel Jackie's disbelief.
Are you serious? Is there a reason why you can't sign it?
Krista paced her room, stopping at the window and pulling the curtains back a little, looking out into the yard with all the tracks in it that she and Arian and Braxton had made that week as they played in the snow together. The sight brought a smile to her face, as did the 5 snowmen, 2 parents and 3 children, that she could just see if she craned her head and looked toward the front yard. A snowman family, the kind of family she wanted to have, that she should have given to Arian to begin with, if she had done what she knew now she should have. No point in beating herself up about it, though. Braxton was right. If she hadn't made that decision, and if he hadn't made the ones he regretted, they wouldn't have the wisdom they had 5 years later. Although, if she wasn't smarter with her new wisdom and didn't make smarter decisions, what was the point in having it?
I'm on vacation with my family, and there's no printer.
That was mostly true.
Well, go to the office supply store and pay them to print it out. Actually, I can probably send you a copy that can be signed online, but we're dealing with a large amount of money, and it's probably wiser on your part to print it out and have a signed copy for yourself. That's the thing. We've just had a big snowstorm, and while most of the main roads are finally open, non-essential stores are still closed down. People just can't get out. They need to get the snow moved first.
Originally, she had thought it would be nice if it were slightly warmer, but now she was glad the snow hadn't melted. Otherwise, she'd have had to come up with a different excuse. Not that she needed one, although she wasn't sure why it was so hard for her to get the words out of her mouth. Just say, "I don't want the part, and I'm not signing the contract." That seemed so final. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, that if she didn't take this part, she would never have a part like this again. This was her last chance if she wanted to be a Hollywood star. It's what she'd worked for her whole life. That's why she'd started down in Iowa, in Fort Dodge at the theater there, and worked her way to Toronto. And yeah, prison had been an unexpected and unwanted stop, but now she had the opportunity to finally fulfill everything that she'd ever dreamed of.
I see,
Jackie said, and there was clicking on the other end of the line as she typed in her computer and said,
Hang on a second. I think you had 2 weeks to look the contract over, but let me pull it up.
Krista waited, part of her brain saying, "Just tell her you can't do it. Tell her now. She doesn't need to look it up. You're not going to accept this." But the other part said, "Once you say no, that's it. You're closing the door on that part of your life forever." In the end, Jackie came back on the line without Krista saying anything.
December 31st is the date, but obviously no one will be in their office that day. I would say have it signed by the 30th. Do you think you guys will be dug out of the snow by then?
I'm sure we will. By then, she'd have been in Iowa almost 2 weeks, and she would have had time to talk to Braxton. Somehow, some way, she needed to find out if he could forgive her, and if there was a chance for them to be a family. In her heart, she was almost certain that's what he wanted too, except he'd kissed her and then practically run from her, like he regretted it. Like he'd decided that he wasn't going to have anything to do with her and had broken that promise with himself. It wasn't like Braxton to beat around the bush about things. If he wanted her, he would have said so. He hadn't, even though he'd sat with his arm around her every night, cradling her to him, snuggling under the blanket. He'd almost kissed her in the snow. That had to count for something, right? This evening wasn't just a fluke. Except, what if it was? What if he had some weird thing about kissing her but didn't want to be with her? If he hadn't run from her tonight, she might have felt more confident. Maybe she would have said something. But just the fact that he hadn't stayed, hadn't acted like it was something he wanted to do, and hadn't even seemed to really enjoy it.
All right, I'll watch for it. I'd get it signed as soon as possible. This is no doubt the opportunity of a lifetime, and you don't want to miss out.
Jackie's tone held no room for argument. The idea that Krista might turn this down wasn't something that even crossed her mind. Which, coupled with the fact that Braxton didn't seem to want to have anything to do with her, at least as his wife, made Krista wonder if maybe she really was crazy and shouldn't have called to begin with. Maybe she should just sign the dumb contract and send it. They'd have to work out some kind of agreement regarding Arian, but they could do that. Braxton wasn't a jerk. They could figure something out. Arian would know that Krista wanted her, and she would know her dad wanted her too, as they both sat down and fought to spend as much time with her as they could. Maybe they could even do family vacations like this, where they were both together and Arian had both of her parents with her. No brothers and sisters, no other family time, but at least it would be something. It wasn't what Krista wanted, wasn't what she'd planned on when she got married, and she knew it wasn't what Braxton wanted either. Part of her wondered whether she was even being fair to him to think they would stay married. Surely he'd want a real wife, someone who would live on his farm and be the family woman he wanted. Knowing that she was so far away from what she had thought before about supporting him and being the reason he was successful, helping him and not needing to be in the limelight, she shoved her hands in her pockets and turned from the window, confused and unable to get her thoughts to align. If she didn't think about herself, no one else was going to do it for her. She needed to do this for her. That didn't quite feel right, but she plugged her phone into the charger and went to get ready for bed. Tomorrow would take care of itself. Chapter 21. The plane ride had been uneventful, as had the ride from the airport. Braxton was happy to finally be driving his familiar old pickup, and found it ironic that when he'd parked his pickup at the airport 2 weeks ago, he'd had no idea that he'd have risked his life to save a dog's life, ended up in jail, and most surprising of all, that he would be bringing his wife back with him when he stepped off the plane. He could hardly believe she was beside him. It was a day he'd been afraid to dream about.
We get to decorate today?
Arian asked from the back seat.
We can if you want to, if your mom's not too tired.
Me?
Krista said, the smile she gave him not quite reaching her eyes. She'd been aloof and distracted all day. It was probably his fault, and he should have made time to apologize for the way he'd run off after kissing her. It wasn't like he hadn't lain in bed all night thinking what a coward he was. What an idiot. Stupid idiot. He'd never been a ladies' man, or anything even close, but he still knew that a man didn't kiss a girl, then run from her. Not if he wanted her to like him. And he most definitely did want Krista to like him. More than like him.
Well, sure. You're the oldest, and the one that's most likely to be exhausted from traveling.
His eyes glinted at her, although he didn't wink. Her expression stayed the same, though, not turning into a full-on smile, but still having that slightly guarded look. The only way he knew to get rid of it was to apologize. And even then, he wasn't sure whether she would believe him. He wasn't even sure what he could say. He could hardly say, "I'm scared you're going to hurt me, so I ran away because I don't want to fall any deeper in love with you than I already am." Yeah, that sounded real manly. Especially when he knew she didn't feel the same way. That she'd been given the opportunity of a lifetime and she'd soon be making big bucks in Hollywood. "I'm older, yes, and that makes me wiser, not exhausted." "Mom." Arian's voice held that note she used when they were picking on each other and she was pretending to be the referee. "Dad." Her head popped up between them behind the seat. "You guys are going to have to figure out how to get along with each other. Dad, you really have to quit teasing her about being older than you. And Mom..." She paused, and Braxton got the feeling she didn't say what she was going to, but instead she said, "I know you're going to love it in Iowa, and if you're too tired to do decorations, I can wait. I just want you to be happy here." It was hard to hear his daughter talk like that. It tore at his heart to know she wanted them together, and he couldn't do anything about it. Not a blessed thing. He hated that. Hated feeling helpless and unable to give his daughter the one thing she wanted. Not that he believed in giving kids everything they wanted. He'd never subscribed to that philosophy, but a kid should have a stable home. That was the least a parent should be able to do for them. And, if he were being a real man, he supposed that risking looking like a fool wasn't too big of a risk to take if it meant giving his daughter what she deserved. Maybe he could scrounge up his courage and talk to Krista about what it would take for them to be together. Would it be too much of a sacrifice for him to leave Iowa again and be with her wherever she was? Especially if it meant Arian would have a mom and a dad who loved each other and lived together? Knowing in his heart that was what he needed to do, he determined that sometime in the next 2 weeks, maybe not today, but sometime, he would have a talk with Krista and find out if she could take him. Any way she wanted, anything she wanted. He'd do whatever it took to be a family, not just because he loved Arian, but because he loved Krista too. They didn't say too much more, and it was just a few more minutes until they pulled into the farmhouse drive. One of his brothers would be at the hog barns checking on the pigs. He wasn't sure whose turn it was, but usually Preston and Keene took care of all of that. Elias had a job in town, and he was the one who did all the repairs on the equipment at the farm. Winter was a good time for that, and when Braxton had left for Niagara, Elias had had the combine in pieces on the floor of their garage and had a bunch of new parts ordered and on the way. So he wasn't expecting to pull into the parking area by the house and see all 3 of his brother's pickups sitting right there.
I'm not sure what Preston told everyone, but looks like we've got a welcoming committee,
he said as he pulled to a stop before he turned and looked at Krista.
A welcoming committee?
My brothers.
Yay!
Arian said, her seatbelt snapping off, and she practically bounced out of the pickup into the cold winter air.
I can't wait to tell them everything that happened.
She slammed the door and ran up the porch steps and into the house. Braxton was a little bit slower getting out, not really looking forward to the questions that he wasn't going to be able to answer, knowing that he was just going to have to deflect them and pull the oldest brother card.
You're embarrassed of me?
Krista said slowly. No, he said immediately. Of course not. This was a day he'd never thought he'd actually get, bringing the woman he loved home to his Iowa farm.
Then what's the problem?
Krista asked, the look on her face saying she didn't believe him, although he knew she knew he didn't lie. He didn't think that she actually thought he wasn't telling her the truth. She just didn't understand. How was he going to explain to his brothers that she was his wife, but not really his wife, and they weren't going to be living together, and she wasn't staying, but he was? How did he explain that he loved her, but she didn't love him, and he was about ready to sacrifice everything? His pride, his farm, everything that he'd worked for, and follow her across the country wherever she wanted him, like he wore a nose ring and she was just leading him. How could he say that? But he would. It's what he'd determined to do, and it's still what he wanted, although not what he wanted for real. If it was all he could get, it's what he would take.
There's just a lot of questions I can't answer. Teasing that's gonna hit the mark because it will,
he said, his words trailing off. He didn't want to make her feel bad or guilty. Wouldn't hurt her for the world. It wasn't her fault that she was beautiful and talented, and had worked hard to get where she was, and had been offered something that no one in their right mind would turn down. It was just his stupid, dumb luck to fall in love with someone that the rest of the world loved too. He couldn't expect her to choose him over the rest of the world. The front door opened, and Braxton figured that unless he wanted to answer all the questions that were sure to be coming at him out of the window of his truck, he'd probably better get out and get in.
You coming?
He said, deliberately trying to keep any emotion out of his voice. He wanted to be able to walk into the house with his arm around his wife, proud that she loved him and supported him, able to show everyone how much he loved her and wanted her with him. Pleased with her accomplishments, but knowing that he was more important than anything else in her life. Setting her on a pedestal in his heart, knowing that she admired and respected him as much as he loved and cherished her. That was what he wanted. That was how he felt. But it wasn't the way he was able to act, and when the two didn't quite match up, especially when they were as far away from each other as they were now, it was hard to act in any way but gruffly, hiding his feelings and emotions and closing down to everyone. Of course, Krista said, her tone lacking warmth as well. She didn't look at him but rather grabbed the latch and jerked the door open. He opened his tailgate, and by the time he had it down and was reaching in, Preston was beside him, grabbing Krista's and Arian's suitcases and carrying them into the house. Braxton grabbed the other suitcases and his own, shouldering a couple of bags, and slammed the tailgate shut. Dread made his steps slow, and he resented it. He wanted to be happy to present his wife to his family, wanted this to be a joyous day when Arian's parents were reunited and living under the same roof. But he was only fooling himself. He was just going to endure. Chapter 22. Krista walked in the old farmhouse, admiring the wood trim, the high ceilings, the wide staircase and hall.
This way, Mom.
Arian grabbed her hand and led her down the hall into a wide room that contained a table, obviously the dining room, and then into a large kitchen. From the modern conveniences, the new cupboards, and the granite countertops, it had been redone, and not that long ago. It was a huge kitchen, one that would be more than capable of providing the space for a person to feed lots of hungry farmhands, to can a bountiful harvest and store food for the winter, to hold a family sitting around the slightly smaller table than the one that was in the dining room, laughing at breakfast, enjoying a big dinner together, and eating a late supper after the barn work was finished. Her creative mind didn't have any trouble picturing that at all.
This is the kitchen. This is where we always have meetings. And when people come to visit us, they always come in the side door right there,
Arian said, pointing to a door that seemed to go outside to a mudroom or a covered porch. Krista wasn't quite sure from looking through the curtain that was on the window of the door.
Then why didn't we come in that door to begin with?
She asked, finding it funny that she would ask a question like that when there were so many other things she wanted to know.
I guess because the uncle's pickups were all parked there, and Daddy had to park in front of the porch. We don't usually use that door too much, though, especially when it snows, because then we track a bunch of mud in.
Krista looked down at her boots. She hadn't even considered taking them off, although she had wiped them on the mat when she walked in.
We don't usually take our shoes off. It takes too long to get them back on, and if you're just running in for something, it seems pointless,
a large man said from beside her.
I'm Krista,
she said, holding out her hand.
Krista, that's my youngest brother, Keen,
Braxton said as he walked into the kitchen, his hands empty. She'd assumed he'd carried her suitcase in, but he must have left it by the steps, which made sense.
Nice to meet you, Keen,
she said, smiling as his large hand swallowed hers.
Keen, this is Krista, my wife. So Braxton's finally bringing his wife to meet the rest of the family,
Keen said, smirking a little but giving his older brother a serious glance. If he'd expected to get a rise out of Braxton, he was disappointed, but his face didn't show that as he looked back at Krista.
Good to meet you, sis,
he said, making Krista feel like an immediate member of the family. Hey there, Bonnie, Preston called, coming in and shoving Keen aside and foregoing with the whole handshaking thing, grabbing Krista in a big hug. She laughed a little and hugged him back. Glad to see you brought Clyde back to Iowa where he belongs. He wasn't made for the big city, Preston said, releasing her and taking one step back, his hands holding onto her shoulders. Has he been feeding you? You're looking a little skinny.
We've been eating just fine, but I've been outside playing in the snow, and that probably takes a lot more energy than what I usually expend.
Yeah, just can't get a workout in the gym like you can get in the yard building a snowman,
Keen said, grinning at Arian, who looked like a cat that just ate all the cream.
You guys need to be nice to my parents,
she informed them, coming around and slipping an arm around Krista's elbow and hooking her other arm around Braxton's.
They're finally here together, and you better not tease them or be annoying,
she said, looking at both of her uncles.
I thought there was a third brother,
Krista said.
That'd be me,
a deep voice said, and Krista turned, seeing another man standing there that looked very much like Braxton, tall and dark, with sparkling blue eyes.
I'm Elias, and I had some work to finish up. Unlike these deadbeats who've been sitting around the house all day just waiting for you guys to show up so they could pick on you.
That's not the slightest bit true.
I wasn't waiting for that,
Keen said, sounding offended.
I was waiting to see if someone was going to feed me. Right. Like I said, he's been lazing around all day doing nothing.
Elias smirked at his brother and then walked around Krista with his hand out.
I'm Elias, the handsome and smart brother.
That's funny, Krista said. Preston told me that was him.
We let Preston think that because, he's special,
Elias said, wrinkling up his nose and letting Krista know exactly what he meant by special.
But the facts are in, and it's actually me. All right, guys. Don't you all have something to do?
Braxton said, keeping his arm around Arian and drawing her with him as he stepped forward into the kitchen, facing his brothers.
Nope. You guys just got home. We're going to interrogate you,
Elias announced, looking at Braxton before his eyes shifted back to Krista.
Why did it take you so long to show up in Iowa? Shut up, Elias,
Braxton said, making Krista's eyes fly to him at the growl in his voice. Of course, it wasn't a question that she really wanted to answer, but Braxton seemed a little more than naturally irritated.
I think it's a question we all want to know,
Elias said reasonably.
Do you have some major fear of flying?
Guys, knock it off, Preston said, shoving the two of them aside. I'm sorry, Krista. I guess that's just the nature of guys, to always be poking at the place that hurts the most. I know for a fact they're excited to see you, and they both love that we finally get to meet the girl that Braxton's been mooning over all these years.
I haven't been mooning,
Braxton said, still sounding irritated. Right. Whatever. We're happy you're here.
And we'll be even happier if you're going to cook supper,
Elias said, flashing a dimple as he grinned.
If you guys are happy with salad, I'll be more than happy to cook supper.
Krista cringed inside but lifted her brows as though this might actually be something that they wanted, when she knew for a fact it wouldn't be. Braxton had eaten salad more than once, for her, but he didn't like it.
I think the lady said she'd like to go out for supper, kind of a celebration,
Keen said, the smirk that seemed to be perpetually on his face deepening a little as his eyes sparkled and he looked at Braxton.
Or maybe you could cook something with yourself, while the rest of us finish up the work that you guys apparently haven't done yet,
Braxton suggested. Relax, bro, Preston said. The work's done. It's been done for more than an hour because the guys are so eager to see you and didn't want to miss you when you brought her home. Any woman that's brave enough to marry you is a woman we want to meet.
Daddy said maybe we could decorate the house for Christmas today,
Arian said, her face sweetly pleading and her eyes sparkling. Krista had no idea how anyone could tell her no. That sounds good. We need a little holiday cheer around here, Preston said.
How about you and me go up to the attic and see if we can find where we put the decorations away last year?
Keen said, stepping forward and putting his arms around Arian's shoulders. If possible, her smile got even bigger. They walked out of the room, and Krista turned to Braxton.
I better take my stuff up and get it put away. Is there a certain room I should be in?
Sure, we have one bedroom we're not using,
Braxton began, but Preston interrupted him. About that, Preston said. He was trying to look contrite, but he wasn't entirely successful, and she suspected he was up to something. Her suspicions were confirmed with his next words. We invited Graham to come out and stay with us for a little bit so she could get to know Krista and
she can meet Krista at her house in town. Anyone home?
A voice called as the side door opened and a man stepped in. Tall and smiling, the man looked friendly and kind, but tough enough to take care of anything that needed taking care of. Following him in was a smaller woman who looked just as happy as he did, and an older lady. She felt rather than heard Braxton sigh before he walked forward, his arms out. He gave the older lady a hug and then straightened. Turning, he said,
Krista, this is my Graham. Graham, that's Krista, my wife.
So nice to meet you, sweetie. I can't wait to get to know you. I could barely contain my excitement when I heard that you would be coming for a visit. And then when Preston invited me to come out and stay, I was thrilled.
Braxton gave Preston a dark look before he turned to the younger, smiling lady. Krista recognized her from the picture, the selfie that had been on Braxton's phone. And sure enough, Braxton didn't shake her hand but went over and hugged her as well.
How are you doing, Poppet?
He said low, the affection in his tone making Krista's heart pinch. He'd used that tone, or something even more low and romantic, with her only a few times. It wasn't the typical tone that he used for her.
I'm doing well. I can't wait to meet your wife. You're Krista?
The lady said as she backed away from Braxton and held her head around his shoulder.
Krista, this is Bridget. She's our neighbor, but she's like a sister.
And only a sister, the man beside Braxton said, somewhat possessively, but he smoothed his words over with a friendly smile.
And this big doofus is her husband, Sean. I'm not quite sure what he did in order to get her to agree to marry him because he doesn't really deserve her. But there you have it, Braxton said. Sean gave him a friendly grin and a one-armed hug before he went forward with his wife, and they both hugged Krista. That was more hugging than she'd done in a very long time. As a foster child, most of the families she stayed with weren't this touchy-feely. She would have said she was uncomfortable, except she kind of liked it. Everyone seemed so friendly and welcoming. It made her feel like they really wanted her here. I'll just set her bag down here if that's okay,
Sean said, putting Graham's bag on a chair. I hate to run, but we need to pick the girls up from school.
Not a problem. Maybe they can get together with Arian and let her know what she's missed. She's been working on her schoolwork and emailing it to her teacher, but I'm sure she'd like to catch up on all the kid stuff that's going on, Braxton said. He gave Krista the impression that even though he pretended to be annoyed at Sean, she felt like they were a tight-knit group, neighbors who looked out for each other. Something she'd never had. Something she'd never belonged to. A tight-knit group.
We'll have to get together,
Bridget said to her hands gripping both of Krista's hands.
I heard from someone,
she lifted her brow at Preston,
that you're a Hollywood star. I'd love to talk to you just to find out what it's like. I've never been off the farm, hardly even left Iowa, and it just seems so glamorous and amazing.
It's not, Krista said with a little laugh.
Trust me. It has to be a lot different than anything I've ever done. I'm sure it is. Actually, maybe we can trade. I'll tell you about reality shows, although I'm warning you, you'll be bored, and you can tell me about being a farmer's wife.
Bridget's gaze darkened just a little, as though the mention of being a farmer's wife had somehow upset her. Krista couldn't figure out what in the world that would be until Bridget said,
I could tell you what it's like to live on a farm, but as for being a farmer's wife, I haven't been one for very long. Oh. No, Sean and I have only been married for a few months, and before that, I lost 2 husbands, but they weren't exactly what you'd call farmers, maybe. It sounds like you have a pretty interesting story to tell, even if you've never left the farm. I'm sorry for your losses.
Krista felt a little floored and unsure how to proceed. Bridget didn't seem to be overly upset about losing 2 husbands, but there was something going on.
We'll have to talk about it. I'll get your number from Braxton, and I'll call you later,
Bridget promised as she squeezed Krista's hands and then walked away with Sean, waving, before they disappeared out the door. Chapter 23. Braxton couldn't believe that Preston had invited Graham to take the last bedroom in the house. It would mean that either he and Krista were going to share a room, or he'd end up sleeping on the couch.
Graham, I'll carry your stuff upstairs and put it in your room,
Braxton said.
You do that, son. I'd like to talk to Krista before I go anywhere.
Let me show her where our room is and get her stuff carried up, and she'll be back down.
Graham nodded, giving Krista a kindly smile. He hadn't worried about anybody accepting her or whether or not they would. Krista was a beautiful person, and everyone who knew her loved her. It wasn't that. It was more about whether or not Krista would feel comfortable out in the country without all the things she was used to. Theaters, for one. Stores, lots of people, busyness, lights, action. It was just a lot of cornfields, with occasional houses between small towns. A lot different than the places that she had lived. Of course, she'd been in Iowa before, and she knew what it was like, although Fort Dodge was a bit bigger than Prairie Rose.
You ready?
He said to her, not even trying to rub the gruffness out of his voice.
Of course. Lead the way,
she said, like she didn't care whether or not he took her to his room. He walked up the stairs silently, her trailing along behind, him carrying both of her bags along with Graham's. He stopped at the empty bedroom door and said,
"This'll be Graham's room. It's the one bedroom that doesn't have anyone in it, and that's where I thought you'd be staying."
He opened the door and set Graham's bag inside. He walked down the hall and around the corner to his room. It had been his parents' room, and when they'd passed away, no one had wanted to take it at first. But when Braxton had come back with Arian in tow, someone had needed to, or else they would have had to clean out the spare room. Eventually, they did clean out the spare room, but he'd moved into his parents' room in the meantime. It hadn't been as bad as what he'd thought, and it was the biggest room upstairs, so there was that. But it was a man's room. He didn't have any pictures hanging up or knickknacks around. Didn't even have any curtains on the windows. There weren't any neighbors to see in, and he was usually the first one up in the morning and the last one to bed at night, so he didn't have to worry about anyone in the backyard seeing him.
"This is my room. You can have the bed. I'll sleep somewhere else."
He figured he might as well be honest, and so he added,
"But I prefer to sleep on the floor in here. I don't need to announce to all of my brothers that there's something wrong with our marriage by sleeping on the couch."
Yeah, they probably think we're really normal, considering we haven't lived together for the last how many years?
She said, her brows raised, her lips pressed together.
"Fine. If you want me to sleep on the couch, I can."
He wasn't going to fight about it. He didn't want to. He didn't like what that would say to everyone. It was like having a big announcement, but if that was her preference, he'd do it.
No, I'm sorry. I was just making light of the fact that sharing a room is not going to make us look normal to anyone.
No one cares. They're just thrilled that you're here, happy to meet you, and they want to love you. First because you're my wife, but once they get to know you, they'll love you for yourself.
It was the truth. She deserved nothing less. Maybe he'd hit a nerve, or maybe she hadn't been expecting those words, because she kind of blinked at him, like she didn't know what to say. Finally, she said,
"You can stay in this room. In fact, I want you here. I understand about saving face, and I'll sleep on the floor."
She said that offhandedly, like it didn't matter one way or the other to her. Like he would let her sleep on the floor while he slept on the bed.
"Well, thanks for saying so, but you don't have to. I'll be doing that."
She jerked her chin up, like she accepted the fact that it would be pointless to argue with him, which she probably knew, because she'd known him years ago, and even then, he wouldn't have allowed her to be uncomfortable while he slept in comfort.
"Braxton,"
she said as he turned to leave, his hand on the doorknob.
Yeah?
His heart was suddenly beating hard, although he couldn't say why. It wasn't like he expected anything from her.
I...
She swallowed, then looked down. When she looked back up, he got the feeling she didn't say what she'd intended to.
Thanks for bringing me here. Your family welcomed me in ways I wasn't expecting.
They're good men. But I guess I should have warned you they'd probably be teasing you the entire time. It seems to be their nature.
I remember you doing a lot of teasing.
Her eyes said more than her words as she stared at him, as though begging him to remember the good times. The times they laughed and smiled together. He did. He remembered it all. Not just the laughter, but how it felt to hold her, wrap himself around her, and lie in bed and smell her sweet scent, touch the soft skin and know she was his. His to protect and love and cherish. If there was a better feeling in the world, he never found it.
No matter what you do, they'll love you.
He didn't want to say anything more.
Good,
she said, turning and setting her over-the-shoulder bag on the floor beside the bed.
If you're tired and you need to rest for a while, you can do that. No one's going to care, and everyone will understand.
I'm fine,
she said, her voice slightly defensive.
I might be old, but I'm not decrepit. There will be plenty of time to sleep tonight.
I'm glad. I think Arian is really looking forward to putting the decorations up.
He didn't add, with her mother, but that's what he meant.
Speaking of, if you're okay here, I'm going to go on up to the attic and give them a hand. It usually takes two of us to get the tree down.
Of course.
She could take care of herself. He knew she could. She prided herself on that, and he didn't want to take that from her. So he walked out, figuring she would assimilate however she was comfortable doing it. When he got to the top of the attic stairs, Preston was positioning the artificial tree box at the top of the stairs, and he was just in time to grab the other end. They got that down, and while Arian helped Elias, Keen, and Graham take it out of the box and set it up, he and Preston went back up and grabbed some more decorations. It took the rest of the afternoon, and it was well into the evening before they were all finally sitting in various positions in the dining room, Braxton on the floor, spread out, leaning against the couch where Krista sat with her pizza. Someone had ordered it, and no one had complained. Keen had left to go walk the hog barns and make sure everything was okay for the evening, but the rest of the brothers were there, along with Graham sitting in the special chair that his mom used to sit in, but which Grandma had taken over. The tree was out and decorated and sparkling. Arian smiled with contentment as she sat on the floor chomping on pizza and hardly able to wipe the smile off her face. There was just a deep comfort in being with family, even if everyone didn't always get along, even if there was teasing and picking going on, or the occasional irritation when someone didn't get their way and felt passionate about it. Someone always gave in to get along. He supposed he'd done his share of giving in over the years, and looking back, it hadn't been easy at the time, but it had made him a better person. That's what family was for. That, and to provide loving arms, shelter, protection, a place where a person felt at home, if not always loved and accepted. Sometimes family, and their displeasure, prompted a person to do better.
Well, it's been a great afternoon, Arian. I'm glad you suggested we do this today. It's good to get the tree up so it's ready for Christmas. But I'd better get home.
Elias pushed up from the floor where he was sitting and stretched.
Thanks for coming, Uncle Elias,
Arian said, going over and wrapping her arms around her uncle, who hugged her back. And that, Braxton thought to himself, is what is important. Having family for his daughter. People who loved her as much as he did and would help her however they could.
You give me a few days and I'll be back. We'll put the wreath up on the barn like we always do, and we'll decorate the tree in the yard, okay?
Will Catherine be coming?
Arian asked, and Braxton's eyes narrowed as Elias shrugged his shoulders.
Probably. She usually does, doesn't she?
He said, offhandedly, like it didn't matter to him one way or the other. Braxton's back teeth ground together, but he didn't say anything. Elias was the only person in Iowa that didn't know how much Catherine had done for him over the years, how much she'd supported and encouraged and helped and given to help him become the success he was, how she would do anything he wanted. He treated her like a pesky little sister, all the while not realizing that everything that he was, and the success that he'd seen in his job outside the farm, could all be attributed to Catherine's behind-the-scenes work. He depended on her for so much, and she'd come through, always giving him the credit, and while he hadn't exactly taken advantage of her, he'd never seen that his success was directly due to the things that Catherine had sacrificed for him. As far as Braxton knew, she'd never resented it. She had never wanted payback either. It was just hard for Braxton to watch his brother be so oblivious. Catherine had a beautiful heart and a sweet soul, and she deserved someone who admired and loved her as much as she admired and loved Elias. Still, it was none of his business, so he turned away, and somehow his eyes landed on Krista. She was looking at him like she was wondering what in the world he could be so agitated about. He didn't need to ask himself how she knew he was agitated. It was like she could read his mind. Always had been.
I don't want to do it if she can't be there. It won't be tradition if she's not there,
Arian said as she backed away from Elias. He ruffled her hair.
All right. I'll make sure she can be here, and we'll set up a time. I'll text you, okay?
Yep.
Elias said goodbye to everyone and walked out.
I suppose it's time for old ladies to go to bed, too,
Graham said as she stood. She walked slowly over to where Krista sat and said,
It was nice to meet you finally. Braxton found himself a good woman.
Graham smiled and put a hand on Krista's knee. Krista covered it with hers and smiled up at her.
That's nice of you to say, but the truth is, I found myself a good man.
A couple of his brothers snorted, but Braxton ignored them, and so did Graham and Krista.
He needed that,
Graham said.
Needed someone to.
Braxton wasn't sure what she intended to say, but the idea that he needed someone made him uncomfortable, so he stood.
What you're trying to say is that I need to go to bed too. Someone's got to get up in the morning and do some work around here, and that'll probably be me.
He gave his brothers a dark look, which they returned, because they would be up at the same time as he, working just as hard.
It's time for little girls to go to bed too,
he said. Arian's chin dipped, and she glanced at the tree, almost as though she wanted to sit and stare at it longer. But he said,
It'll be there in the morning.
I know, Dad. It's just, I don't want today to end. It was a really good day.
It had been a long day, and he was feeling it. They'd started out in New York and ended up here in Iowa with the Christmas tree out. He figured Krista had to be exhausted.
Can I take Katydid out to go to the bathroom?
Arian asked.
You sure can, hon.
And can I sleep with her too?
Of course.
There was humor in his tone, but maybe also a little bit of regret. He probably should find out if Krista was going to take the dog back with her because, if she was, he didn't want Arian to get too attached. Losing it would hurt her. He supposed, as a parent, he wanted to protect his child from every little hurt. That wasn't good for her, but it was instinct for him, to want to protect those around him. They waited for Arian to come back in with the little dog, and then they went upstairs, Krista making sure that Arian was okay and saying goodnight to her. It wasn't too long after that Braxton found himself looking up from where he was seated, having thrown some blankets on the floor, at his wife walking into their bedroom.
You know, you don't have to do that.
Do what? He asked, looking back at the blankets and arranging them below his pillow.
The bed is big enough. We can split it into two and each take a side, she said.
He didn't even want to go there. If she wasn't staying, if they weren't going to be married, he wasn't even going to consider it. No. He didn't bother explaining. She wouldn't understand, and he wasn't sure he really cared whether she did or not anyway. It didn't matter. It just wasn't going to happen, and that was that.
All right,
she said, responding to his curt tone, apparently, as she came in, grabbed some clothes and went back out. He assumed to go to the bathroom to change. He took that opportunity to change himself, leaving the bedside light burning as he slipped into his makeshift bed on the floor. This wasn't exactly how he had planned for his life to turn out, but he could be thankful at least for the beautiful afternoon and evening they'd had, with family and laughter and the spirit of Christmas all around. He wasn't big on all that emotional stuff, but he had to admit, there was something about Christmas that was magical. Not magical even, just swarmed in love. Like it was a manifestation of the love of the Father, the deep, abiding love of the Father. How could a person not be changed by it? He pondered that for a while before he finally fell into a fitful sleep, having no idea that his life was about to change forever. Chapter 24. Krista carefully dabbed the last bit of icing on the angel-shaped sugar cookie, giving the celestial being an angelic smile.
Mom, you're so good at that. How do you do it?
Arian peered over her shoulder, awe and wonder in her tone.
I don't know. It just comes out of my hands.
Krista shrugged. She wasn't sure how to explain how she could take the pictures in her head and have them come out, on paper or on a cookie.
I wish I could do it. Yours look really nice,
Krista said, putting the icing down and pointing at the cookies that Arian had iced.
If they weren't separated, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the cookies I iced and the ones you did. I wouldn't either,
Bridget said, drying her hands on a tea towel.
You definitely take after your mother in the artistic department.
Bridget smiled as Arian's look became pleased. Obviously, it made her happy to take after her mom. Krista shared a look with Bridget over Arian's head.
Girls, we better get going,
Bridget said as she hung up the tea towel.
It's past time to do the barn work, and we still need to make supper.
Her three girls didn't look happy, but they didn't argue with their mother. Putting the sprinkles they'd been using on the sugar cookies about to go in the oven away, and giving Arian a hug before thanking Krista and trooping outside with Arian walking them out.
Thanks so much for inviting us to come over. The girls had such a great time.
Thanks for coming. Arian has talked about how your daughters have helped her this week as she caught back up with her schoolwork.
They really eased any anxiety she had over it. They enjoyed getting to play teacher a little.
Bridget grinned, unpretentious and real, and Krista loved her sweet spirit and easy kindness. They'd had a fun Saturday afternoon, and Krista had enjoyed getting to know Bridget and her girls. If she were to live in Iowa, she would enjoy living beside someone with whom she shared such an easy companionship. She could see Bridget becoming a lifelong friend.
I'm glad. Arian said they told her everything she needed to know, and she didn't even feel like she was behind at all. I really appreciate it.
Bridget shrugged like it wasn't a big deal, and Krista believed she really meant it.
Also,
Krista took a breath.
Thank you for making me feel so welcomed here. I wasn't expecting to like you so much.
Maybe she was being too honest, but it was the truth. After seeing the picture on Braxton's phone and hearing that he'd asked her to marry him, Krista had figured that Bridget and she might never be good friends. Bridget had certainly turned that idea on its head today, for sure.
I love the Emmerson brothers like my own siblings, although I have to say, Braxton has better taste than I was expecting, that's for sure.
She laughed and walked forward, her arms out.
Thank you for not treating me like a country bumpkin, although I surely must seem that way to you. No, you're definitely different than the people I'm used to being around, but not in a bad or backward way. You're friendly and open, and there's no guile in you. I honestly can't believe you even like me, but I would really like to be friends.
Bridget's smile seemed to take over her face.
I would love that. Are you staying here in Iowa?
Krista bit the inside of her cheek.
If Braxton will have me, yes. Of course he'll have you. That man will only fall in love once, and you're the lucky lady.
Her face clouded.
What makes you question that?
Shifting her feet, Krista smoothed her borrowed apron down and tried to think of an answer that wasn't giving away too much.
I haven't always treated him the way I should have, I guess. He's been better to me than I deserve.
Bridget's expression didn't convey understanding exactly, but compassion and also confidence. She moved closer and put a hand on Krista's arm.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I can say for sure that no matter what you do, Braxton will love you forever.
Her words were reassuring, and deep in her heart, Krista knew they were true. All she needed to do was tell him she wanted to stay, to be an actual wife, to be a family, and he would be all behind her.
I need to talk to him, she finally said to Bridget. I know you're right. If you need me to hog-tie and blindfold him, just say the word.
They laughed together before Bridget hugged her again, then left with her girls. Arian came back in, and Krista and she finished icing the cookies before making supper. There was a problem with the ventilation system in the hog barn, and Braxton left the table before supper was over to fix it, not coming back in until long after Arian had gone to bed. Krista had paced the living room for a while before she decided she'd go upstairs and read while waiting for him to come in. She didn't want to put off telling him what she needed to for another day. Bed didn't seem like the best place to wait for him, so she sat at the foot of it and watched the bubble lights that Arian had insisted they needed in their window to make their bedroom feel like Christmas. Maybe she had dozed off some, since when she opened her eyes, Braxton was hunched down in front of her, concern in his eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked softly.
What time is it?
She replied, groggily.
"It's late and you're on the floor. Did you fall?"
His hand reached out and brushed a piece of hair away from her eyes.
I was watching the Christmas lights.
She put a hand up and caught his in hers, pulling it down and kissing the back of his knuckles.
Sit with me for a minute, please.
His eyes were wary, and he didn't say anything, but he did turn and settle beside her. She hadn't realized he wore only a towel, but it wouldn't have changed her desire to talk to him, nor the fact that she asked him to.
Did you get the problem straightened out?
She asked, feeling a little more awake, and with that increased awareness came increased anxiety. Maybe she should wait until morning to say anything. But Arian would be home from school for Christmas break, since Christmas was only a few days away, and they wouldn't have any privacy unless she made a show of stealing her husband away. She needed to do it now.
We did.
He didn't offer details, and she didn't ask for any. They sat side by side as the bubble lights gently flickered and glowed, and Krista prayed for the words to convince her husband that she loved him and wanted to stay forever.
I turned the movie offer down.
It wasn't the way she'd pictured herself telling him, but a short, factual sentence seemed like all she could get out. Maybe she'd shocked him. She hoped it wasn't disappointment that kept his mouth closed. Finally, he said one word, soft.
Why?
Because I want to stay here with you and Arian.
He rubbed a hand down over his face.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I have a meeting with my brothers at our lawyers tomorrow to take my name off the farm.
She gasped.
Why?
Because I'm going to Toronto with you and Arian.
It was her turn to ask.
Are you serious?
I am. I couldn't ask them to do my share of the work while I was gone, probably forever, so they agreed to pay me for my share, and we were going to get it all taken care of at the lawyers tomorrow.
You don't have to do that.
I want to. It was selfish of me to ask you to give up your career so I could stay on the farm. I couldn't stand the guilt.
No. It makes much more sense for us to raise our family here with this close-knit community and with family and friends nearby rather than in some city where no one even knows our name. That's what I want.
What about the movie? Your career?
I've had a career. It didn't make me a better person, and it didn't make me feel fulfilled. What I truly value is our daughter, and you. I love you and don't want to leave you ever again.
Maybe it was cheesy, but it's how she felt. She had to be honest.
I love you too. I've never stopped, but I can't let you give up so much.
I want to.
She interrupted him, putting a finger over his lips.
I don't consider it giving up. I consider it doing what I want.
Oh? He said, even though her finger was still on his lips. He wrapped his hand around it, kissed her finger before kissing each knuckle.
I can't believe what I've dreamed about for so long is what you want. It might take me a bit to get used to it.
Take as long as you like,
she murmured. Then her brows drew down.
Wait. Do I have to wait to kiss you until you've gotten used to it?
Nah, you can kiss me any time.
His grin was slow. She couldn't help but grin back.
If I kiss you, are you going to run from me?
I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. It was juvenile of me, for sure.
It wasn't often that she'd ever seen Braxton look sheepish. Now was one of the first.
Why?
I love you. I can't kiss you and not tell you that, and I didn't want to fall any deeper than what I already had. Stupid, I know, because I hurt you with my cowardice.
It's my fault. You deserved a wife who would give up just as much as you did for us to be together.
I never minded giving up a single thing. I only minded that you couldn't admit you were mine.
I'm yours,
she said softly, knowing his words were true and feeling the pain she'd caused him.
Can I try again?
He asked.
Try what?
She whispered. He was too close. She was too excited that they were actually going to be together to follow what he was saying.
Try kissing you again, if I promise not to run off.
Please.
Her whispered plea made him smile as he lowered his head.
So, should I cancel the appointment for tomorrow?
Yes. I want to raise our family here, on the farm.
You keep saying family like you're expecting there to be more than Arian.
That's right.
His head stopped with his lips a heartbeat from hers.
Really? You want more children?
Yes. It's the way we should have done it to begin with.
Her hand slid around his neck.
Unless you don't.
I do. I definitely do.
His lips brushed hers before settling on them more fully. The bubble lights continued to flicker and glow as the seconds ticked by, but neither one of them noticed the time or the lights. It was the first night of the rest of their lives together, a beautiful night, one Krista would never forget as long as she lived. Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.